Hey, don't keep me up. Oh, I was watching you the other night, and I transitioned to the iPad in my bed, and it took about 15 seconds for me to just nod off into Never Neverland. Nothing personal, but you know how much. You should. You should. Yes. So you haven't bought anything. It's Black Friday 2021, and you haven't bought anything? I will probably pick up a couple of things. The Concorde is as cheap as I've ever seen it. It's probably another $5 or $10 cheaper than I've ever seen it, so I will probably go ahead and pull the trigger on that. Is that 747? Is that in the org store? Is that the place to buy that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. The other thing was, with regard to that, was I was looking at the description, and it said something about like VR support is coming, or something similar to that. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, oh, really? That's interesting. I mean, that kind of stinks because I really like. Let's see, Boeing 747 Classic. Upcoming features: VR support. Yep, shared flight and smart co-pilot profiles are coming. The LTN 92 nav system, whatever that is. Do you know what that is? So I might, as much as I really enjoyed watching you fly that, I might wait on that. Just right. So anyway, so yeah, I'll probably pick up some sceneries that I don't have. I think there's a one or two up in Alaska way that I still don't have. So.
Burbank traffic, Southwest 584, 5 mile final, runway 8, Burbank.
Yeah. Okay, I will. Muting now.
All right, everybody. It is 9:02 in the Mountain West, and I would like to welcome everybody. First of all, welcome everybody coming over from the Cargo Fire stream. Great to see you. My name is Brant, and this is the Melvin Leroy channel. I do a variety stream. I really don't know how to categorize myself. I think I'm the flight sim version of ADHD is probably what I am, but you'll probably find me most often in either some sort of general aviation aircraft or vintage aircraft. Connor is saying the LTN-92 looks like the SIVA nav system with a larger screen and alphabetical keyboard. Okay, very good, very good. And I've got, apparently I need to do a little adjustment here in my, I've got a couple of radios tuned into Unicom. But anyway, all right. So, but anyway, welcome everybody from Cargo Fire. We've been Cargo Fire and I have been trying to put this together, this collaborative flight, for quite a while, and it should be a lot of fun. We're hopefully going to have Cargo Fire jumping over to the Discord voice channel here. I know he just landed in LA. I was watching his stream, and I know that he just kind of popped out there and jumped in to host us, and he's going to hop in the 727. He was over in MSFS, so we're going to give him just a minute or two, but wanted to welcome him and thank him for taking a little time. I know he already has flown a couple legs, and he's going to fly with me back up to Salt Lake City, and then we're going to hop out of the 727 into the A300, and we're going to fly from Salt Lake over to Denver. And it should be a lot of fun. Been looking forward to doing this. Of course, you guys all know Cargo Fire is kind of the man when it comes to cargo flights in Bat Sim. So it'll be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to learning from him. So. Hey, we have Channing 613. Thank you so much for the follow. That's my grandson, by the way, the junior first officer, as he's affectionately known, welcoming you. And every time you make one of his sounds, I give you a little bit of a welcome skol from my homeland. I'm going not with the ale horn tonight. I'm going with the Marty Moose, Christmas vacation class. And skol to you, sir. Doing a little Diet Pepsi tonight. It's going to be a late one, so I need some caffeine, and so we're going to be doing the toast today in the. You like that, Downwind Sim?
I think.
Meese? And that is Downwind Sim that you're hearing also in the background. And my voice channel, by the way, is open. It's always open to anybody who wants to step in and be a part of the stream. Hey, Cargo Fire, welcome, buddy. Good to hear you, man. Thanks for staying. Thanks for making the quick changeover.
All good, my pleasure. Great to see everybody.
So I did get a PDF and from Departure and not PDF. Holy cow! And the route that we have filed LA. X to Salt Lake City that we had talked about in the Discord is, in fact, what they did clear me for. So, so you can go ahead and file that. We should be good to go. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's right here.
No,
Samsonite. I was way off. I knew it started with an S though.
Absolutely, I agree, man. So I'm kind of at the point where I'm ready to start working through the power up and everything. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, and then we can just kind of visit as we get going.
Sounds good. I'm in. Just about to connect to X-Pilot.
Very good. I'm at FedEx spot number 9, if it matters, and we should be pretty doggone close, I think, to being on time, because it takes me forever to set this plane up. So you'll be able to catch up with me.
Nah, it's been a while since I last flew the 722, so we'll kind of be struggling a little bit, but it should be all good.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I got it's football hat, and no Panagon, so no Diet Dr. Pepper. Yep. But tonight we are not sponsored by Diet Pepsi, and the store was out of Diet Dr. Pepper this past weekend, so we had to go with our number 2 beverage. But now I lost my train of thought. Well, anyway, we've got ground power established, and we, as you can see, we've got a. Well, actually, we don't. Do we not have? I thought I had set up ground power. Yeah, GPU cart and air cart connected. I guess it's just not showing up here. And oh my goodness, we've got Rob Valkyrie stepping in and pushing the ascription button. Rob, thank you so much. It's 12 months overall, 9 months over, 9-month streak, and welcome, buddy. Skol. Thanks for staying up late, my friend. All right, well, we've got ground power going. Let's go ahead. We'll get things set up here. And I'm kind of like Cargo Fire. It's been a little while since I've been in this plane, and so it's going to be interesting there as well. And Downwind Sim has used the Prime subscription, and now he has been on, or he's on a 9-month streak, I think, as well. So, skol, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much. All right, so let's see. Electrical power is established to the plane via external power, and then again we had. I might have screwed this up. I'm probably going to overheat the probably going to overheat this thing because I had the external power and air going already, so doggone it. Well, anyway, supporting the habit. That's right. That's you and me both, man. We definitely, yeah. Well, like we keep passing that $5 back and forth pretty much all year long, but that's okay. It's what else are we gonna do? We're two old men, two broken down old men. We got nothing else to do, right? No, just kidding, just kidding. All right, we've got. Let's see. I've lost my place already. Galley power can come on. Packs are going to come on, and let's head back over to the overhead here. We're going to turn the emergency power on. Nav lights are going to come on. Beacon lights coming on. Come up here. There's I've been trying to do a little bit better with my tests here. So flight recorder test. Yep, and then the old stall warning test. That's going to work just fine. We will check the different tests here for the window heat, and that looks good. So we'll turn the window heat on, and then we'll come down here. We'll get the radios all set up. We do have LA departure on 2430, and we have a PDC, not a PDF. So the PDC is sent, and we'll be ready to check in with him. It's currently information kilo. Let me just make sure. Nope, it's Lima now. Lima. We've got winds are 070 at 3. 10 statute miles, a few clouds of 250. Altimeter is 3004. Go ahead and set that. Set it once, set it twice. Okay. And everybody's we're working off the 2.4s and the 2.5s. We are going to take, I'm assuming 2.5 right, but I don't know that for a fact since we're down here on the south side. We will just kind of see what they give us, but that looks good. That's information Lima. Oh, I guess we have ground now as well. Cool. So ground point 75.
LA approach, American 504 descending.
I'll flip over to that right now. So that looks good as well. So we're ready to go to the transponder. So we were given a beacon code of 4614. I think that's up here, right? Yep, 4614. And we'll go ahead and put that on TA so that he can see us. Now let's set our VORs, and let me show you what we've got going on here today, just while Cargo Fire is getting set up as well. So we will be on the CB3 departure. So here's what that looks like. We're going to depart no matter which runway we get on. A 251 heading. We're going to make this turn 221. So we'll set Santa Monica 110.8, and we'll set a 160 radio, which we need to stay under 3,000 at that point, and then we turn 221, and then we come all the way around here to Seal Beach. It does say, I believe, that we're given vectors to Seal Beach once we get going here. So you climb heading 251 at the Santa Monica VOR, DME radio 160, turn left heading 220, and then we're going to cross. Yeah, we can't. We got to cross that at 3,000 below. Then on radar vectors to the Seal Beach VORTAC, and then we have to be at or above 14,000, which shouldn't be a problem for us. But so we'll have Santa Monica 110.8 and Seal Beach tuned in. That'll be our first two kind of critical points there to get tuned in. So we'll go ahead. Let's do that. Let's put in Santa Monica's 110.8. And Seal Beach is 1570. All right, very good. And then again, 160 is going to be this initial course. So that'll be this way, 160. Okay. And yeah, that looks good. The top altitude is actually assigned by ATC. I'm going to put in, just for now, I'm going to put in 14,000. I don't know what we'll be given kind of initially, but we just, again, we need to know that we have to stay below 3,000 until we pass this 160 radial. So that will be that. All right. Okay, and then the heading was 251 initially, and that's pretty much just runway heading. Okay, that's all set and ready to rock. I think we can establish the trim right now. We do have our takeoff data set here. Looks, we've got a VR of 141, I believe. Nope, 139. Sorry, V1 to 139, VR 139 as well, and an EPR here of should be about 217. What do they have us on here? I'm having trouble finding that. Where? Oh, 215. Yep, so 215. 210. Yeah, that's right about there. 215. Very good. Very good. All right, let's verify the fuel load. We should have 11,181 kilograms, which I also have to do a little bit of math here. You'd think I'd be smart and get some kind of a conversion set up so I don't have to keep doing this, but 118 kilograms to pounds. Oh, goodness sake. 1,000. How about 11,008? I'm struggling here. 11,180 kilograms to pounds. That's 24,000, a little over 24,000. So we should be looking at about 8,000 or a little bit more in each one of the fuel tanks here. And yeah, that's what we have there. 8,000, a little over 8,000. Very good, very good. Boy, that was a lot of math. I was under the impression there would be no math today. 2 kilograms and why? I know, right? I don't know. I got to get that straightened out. I just have so many planes that go back and forth, and more of them use kilograms. That's why the Wyoming boy is so messed up. But anyhow, all right, time for the APU start. The APU start brought to you today by Downwind Sim Binoculars, the best optics in flight simulation. Make sure you go to www.downwindsim.com/binos and use the promo code TheMelvin. You will receive a free bedazzled carrying case for those binoculars. Good Vixens, what is going on? I knew that that shameless plug for the Downwind Sim Binoculars would get you. Thanks for the ascription there, Brett. Greatly appreciate it. You now own the coveted latest ascriber spot in the lower left-hand corner. And thanks for 4 months, my friend. The tipping point. All right. That exhaust temp is coming up on the external power unit. No, I'm sorry, the auxiliary power unit. Man, I tell you what, I am worn out. The junior first officer's only been here a day, and I am already exhausted. School, my friend. Great to see you. All right, let's close that, and we'll kind of head up here and make sure we got everything as it should be. We're going to verify external power is off, and it is. We can go ahead at this point in time and switch over to
That is the silliest mug I've ever seen.
Isn't it awesome? You've seen Christmas Vacation, surely, right?
I have, and quit calling me Shirley.
I know. I heard it as soon as I said it. And I did have eggnog in it earlier today, so I did the first drink every year has to be eggnog.
Where did you pick that up? Up at the truck stop in Cheyenne, or what?
I think my wife got it for me for Christmas one year. How cool is that? Right? Is that not the coolest thing? That's awesome.
Well, tell Connie she's outdone herself. Holy cow.
No question about it. She takes way too good a care of me. All right. All right. The only problem is it only holds about a shot glass worth of Diet Pepsi, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. All right, I can disconnect the APU or the ground power and the R cart.
The mark has been set. Do you have a sillier looking glass?
That's a good question. No, I don't.
I saw your sale list in the Discord's great list. Only 2 things you don't already own. Okay, very good. Hey, Smitty's here. John, how are you? The vacation movies are a Smith family tribute. Smitty is one of the next guys I'm actually going to be collaborating with. And we're doing a little flight together for the Virtual USA Flying Club, working on a little something extra special. I won't give out any more details other than you're going to love it. It's coming up at the end of the month in December. So good to see you, John. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we've got...
And for you folks at home, Melvin Leroy almost poked his eye out with an antler.
Occupational hazard. I've got the safety glasses on right now. All right, we've got the oh my goodness gracious, ground power unit is disconnected. The air cart unit is disconnected. It's time to request
ground cockpit.
The
show me where you want to go.
Pushback guy. Excuse my burp right there. Somewhere about right there-ish I think should work.
Ground cockpit. Toes driving up.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Again, if you're just joining, we are doing a collaborative flight. It's Melvin Leroy and Cargo Fire with Downwind Sim providing color commentary. Downwind Sim is sort of acting like the Ed McMahon of tonight's broadcast. I feel like I'm kind of like Letterman, and Cargo Fire is the honored guest. And so Downwind Sim is over there. He's maybe more like Paul Schaefer than I guess if I'm Letterman, but he's providing color commentary. But if you want to come join us in the conversation in the voice channel,
I'm only here because you've asked me to stay.
please feel free. If you're connected with me on Discord, come on in, and even if you just say hello for just a little bit, we'd love to have you along. You'd have a chance to visit a little bit with Cargo Fire, get to meet him. He's a great guy. And been looking forward to flying with him for an awful long time, so it's really awesome that we're able to do that tonight. Okay, pushback is...
Yeah, thanks for having me here tonight. I appreciate it.
The pleasure is all mine. All right, and if you haven't already, if you've been living under a rock for the past year, jump over to Cargo Fire's Twitch channel, give him a follow. You're going to enjoy yourself every time you go over there. The guy is hilarious, and you'll do nothing but laugh. It's just like nothing but a shot of positive energy every time you go there. So, all right, parking brake. We're going to go ahead and release here. So I'll depress the toe brakes and make sure that's in.
Go ahead,
and here we go. We got permission to start the engines. So that means that we're going to have to turn some aft boost pumps on here. Aft, and aft. Make sure those lights go out. Indeed they do. We're going to come up here. We're going to turn the galley power off. That's a pretty big electrical drain. And then, of course, the packs need to come off so we can get our PSI up to around 40 to spin those 3 beautiful engines around. And okay, that looks pretty good. So how about we start with number 3. Ground. Come over here. I see a starter valve open for number 3. and I'm going to give you vertigo, but we're going to be looking at the N2 spinning up to 20%. You guys know the drill, but you also know that I'm one that always verbalizes what's going on, mostly to keep myself straight. Okay, so the fuel is on, and do we have good fuel flow? We do have good fuel flow. Got everything spinning up as it should be. Exhaust temp, RPMs, N1 and N2 coming up, and good pressure. And there's the oil pressure bypass light going out, which means we have a good engine start on number 3. Let's go to number 2. Again, hopping over here, make sure the engine valve is open. It is. Come back to the front. Looking down here for 20%. This is one of those planes that I put on my list. Good Fixins was talking about in terms of an aircraft that's available right now for the Black Friday sale that really is a chance
Operation complete. Set the parking brake.
to pick up an amazing add-on.
In LA ground, this is November 2324 Delta requesting a radio check.
I'm not ground, but I hear you 5x5.
Hey, let's aircraft LA ground 505. Thank you.
Anyway, so FlyJSim has both this plane and their 737 on sale. So again, a chance to pick up an aircraft that's maybe a little bit pricier than you want to spend normally. And I can't say enough good things about the FlyJSim stuff, even if I did make fun of them a little bit for their failed advertising hype campaign in relations to the new Q8. Although I do own the Q8, so maybe it wasn't a failed advertisement campaign.
Hand signal on the left. She's all yours, Captain.
There's 20. Fuel is on again. Fuel flow.
Hello, LA ground, November 448 Alpha, radio check. Number 448 Alpha, LA ground, reading 505.
Pressures and temps are golden, and we're just.
Keep up with you. I'm finally pushing back, starting up engines too.
Oh man, we're right together basically. That's awesome timing. That's pro flight simulation streamers right there, or something. Okay, I'm going to pull up the taxi chart, and we will be ready to ready to make a call and get going here. Man, it's been a while since I've also been out of LAX.
Good evening, LA ground, American 504.
We're going to taxi essentially straight ahead. We're going to hit Alpha, and we're going to hang a right on Alpha, and we're going to either be given 25 left or 25 right. If we're given 25 right, we'll have to cross 25 left. I kind of feel like we'll just be given 25 left. It'll be a flaps 5 departure, and again, we're going to be flying that.
Make a right on Charlie to Charlie 9, American 504.
Be flying that that Seebs 3 departure. So runway heading 251 until we cross this radial, and then when we cross the radial, we have to be below 3,000. We'll head on a 2. Try to pull that up, guys. 221. So a little bit of a left-hand turn. Then we'll be given vectors to Seal Beach, and then at that point we have to climb up and get up and over 14,000. So I've got that set as my altitude, unless they tell me differently. Okay, engine start.
Good evening, Los Angeles ground, American.
We can go ahead and go Essentials to Gen 1. We can put the galley power back on. We can put the packs back on. And we're going to go ahead and close the engine to an APU bleed.
American 289 LA ground, pushing start.
We are going to tune our...
Approved, and we will advise ready to taxi. Thank you.
Tune our Jennies here. There's number 2 coming in.
Number 2324 Delta LA ground. Say aircraft type and equipment, please.
Right there.
For 2324 Delta.
Number 3.
Delta LA ground.
Ooh, that's already there. Very good. Those 3 are all tuned, and the bus ties are closed.
2324 Delta.
We're ready to turn the APU off.
7027. 7027 2324 Delta.
Need to set the flight and landing altitudes here. So that is going to be, we are, what did we file? 310? Yeah, 310. And then our landing altitude into Salt Lake today. Need to check on that, you guys. What is Salt Lake? About 4,500, I think. Sorry, I should have this information up earlier.
1 Alpha Kilo, LA ground, roger.
4222, so we'll spin it down here a little bit. 4222. That's pretty close. We'll change that to flight and it'll start to pressurize a little bit. And
You can make a left on Echo.
alright, anything else here after start?
Alright, taxi via Echo to the terminal.
Fuel heat. I don't think we're going to need fuel heat just yet. No, I think we're okay fuel heat wise. We'll turn hydraulic system B on, and then auto pack trip switch to normal. And holy moly, I think we're ready to taxi, everybody. Very cool.
Alright, 371 LA ground.
Try to get a word in edgewise here. It's cool that they're getting busy though on a late Friday. At FedEx 816, South Cargo, ready for taxi.
FedEx 816 LA ground, stand by this one.
Alright. I guess I don't know, is there a North Cargo at LAX? This is the only place I've ever went to for cargo. Has DHL, FedEx, and yeah, actually, I think this is the only. I don't know why I said South Cargo.
United 371, runway 24 left, taxi via Charlie Kilo Echo.
Taxi to 24 left via Charlie Kilo.
Good Fixins remind me I need to post my event tonight. Yes, you do. Good Fixins, get that thing posted. I'm pumped. There's Virtual USA Flying Club, I think, has 5 events in December. It's going to be amazing.
816, runway 25 left, taxi via Alpha.
25 left via Alpha, UPS 816. Alright, and so guys, by the way, if you didn't notice, I've got the time sliders. Basically, I have it 12 hours set back, so it's about 9:30 my time, and so I've set the time here for 9:30 in the morning. 9:30. It's 9:30 p.m. obviously in the real. Well, 8:30 here.
24 Delta. Sky 24 Delta, you're cleared into the Los Angeles Coast Bravo airspace as requested. And I see you already squawking the right code. Advise and right taxi.
We need a little sound. We need a little aircraft sound.
232 Delta. 24 Delta, you running a short cockpit? Negative.
So this is one of the Black Friday pickups I made. This is the short final design LAX. You guys will remember short final is also Mr. X, and he's done some awesome stuff, obviously. Awesome freeware stuff, and this is one of his first payware airports. So happy to support him and what he's doing. He certainly has paid his dues, and this is a pretty fantastic aircraft.
Runway 25 left, taxi via Alpha. Give way to the UPS 727. That's going to be taxiing the same direction.
Taxi 25 left via Alpha, giving way to the UPS 3069. And ground good.
There's Cargo Fire. He's right behind us, man. We couldn't have timed that any better. Any better. So he's over there. Clear to the left or clear to the right.
Skyway 4652. Taxi to the right via Charlie.
Gonna go ahead and set flaps. Again, it's a flaps 5 departure. There comes some traffic in on final. That's pretty cool.
52, cancel that. Taxi via Bravo, please.
Yeah, we'll switch over to Bravo 46.
I appreciate it.
Alright, we can turn the weather radar on here as well.
48 Alpha, information Lima requesting pounds around LAX.
I think I have to turn right here. I do. This is Foxtrot.
Number 448 Alpha, good evening, LA ground.
Okay, we're going to stop right here and wait for further instructions. And I'm going to finish my before takeoff checklist. I've got the weather map set, flight controls.
448 Alpha.
Do a quick flight control check here.
Number 448 Alpha, you're cleared in the Los Angeles.
The left, full, right rudders.
Clock 7124.
And the ailerons, everything is working good. Elevators are good. All that stuff is golden.
Good evening, Los Angeles, ground American
Pito.
American 1628 request push and start on gate 46 Alpha.
Did he just hand us off?
American 1628 push and start is approved.
I might have missed that.
At LA, expect runway 25 right for departure.
Roger that, thank you.
Hey, UPS 816. I'm sorry, did you just hand us off?
For
Oh, shoot.
448 Alpha.
I think he might have. A SoCal departure, UPS 816 holding short, 25 left, ready for departure.
UPS 816, wind, or SoCal departure, wind 070 F3, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
25 left, clear for takeoff, UPS 816. Alright, so we are clear on final. It has been a busy one here, as you might expect, on a Friday evening. Another open mic Friday. Again, I claim has been one of the best things to happen to Friday nights since the invent of Friday night ops, which I also love, but it got a little bit crazy there during the COVID lockdown when we had 200 plus airplanes trying to squeeze into a single runway configuration at Boston or wherever we were. This is just right. Love this idea. Alright, here we go. Get lined up here. Laps are set. Lights are on.
LA departure, good evening. FedEx 3069.
Power up, 3 good engines.
FedEx 3069.
Takeoff, power set.
25 left, line up and wait, FedEx 3069.
Check.
Rotate.
Positive rate indicating gear up. Again, we're watching that radial. We're trying to stay below 3,000. Laps 2.
You're going to call a base for Echo Juliet. UPS 816, radar contact, stay altitude.
UPS A16 climbing 1,100.
UPS 816, climb maintain 17,000.
Climb maintain 17,000 UPS A16. Okay, there's the radial, so we can turn 221. We're going to go 17,000. Let's get on a 221 here, or thereabouts. It's coming up.
UPS 816, when able, turn direct, Seal Beach VOR.
Direct Seal Beach when able, UPS 816. Alright, let's get everything kind of sorted out here. So Seal Beach is set standby, there's that.
Wind
And we're going to go ahead and just spin the course meter and also just start the turn as we're going. Again, we're expecting it there to be about right like about there-ish.
Echo Juliet. Turn left base, pilot's discretion. Wind 070 at 3. Caution wake turbulence from departing 727. Runway 25 left, clear for the option.
Okay, let's set our speed and heading. We'll kind of get stabilized here, then we'll turn the autopilot on. Climbing through 5,000. Again, we have to be above 14,000, at or above 14,000 when we get to Seal Beach. We've got 23 miles to do that, so I think we're
so much traffic there. I almost have to turn off the tags.
going to be awesome.
Yeah, ground was on. That would be.
All right, there we go. There's about direct to. Awesome.
FedEx 3069,
Just like that. And I think what we'll do is this. We'll come down here. We'll go to autopilot coming on. Indicated airspeed is selected and VOR is also selected, and we're climbing out. Just like that. Over to Unicom. Appreciate the service. We'll see you next time, UPS 816. Oh, it's good to be back in this plane. Good to be back in this plane. How about a little shot of us in LAX? I think that looks like a good thumbnail. I need to set up something where I can do this a little more quickly and easily. But there's a cargo fire in the distance taking off right behind us. Awesome. All right, we're almost through 10,000. We're going to go ahead at 10,000. We're going to, well, first of all, we're going to turn these lights off. And we're going to lower that nose down just a little bit here, and we're going to pick up some speed. About 250. And we should be at about 92% continuous climb, which is about where we're at. I'm okay with that, about 205 on the EPR at maximum. Everything else there looks to be good. How are we looking over here? We're at the top for the oil pressures, but oh gosh, you know what we forgot to do? Turn the rest of the boost pumps on here. That's not a deal breaker, but certainly not good. All right, everything else there looks fantastic. And away we go. Pentagon, nice view. Thank you so much, man. Downwind Sim just finished the logic for the recog lights on the Mitchell. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Those of you that don't know Downwind Sim, the mad scientist of X-Plane, he's been modding that B-25 Mitchell for quite some time now. It's been pretty awesome. All right, we're 12 miles to Seal Beach. After Seal Beach, we need to be what here? I need to figure out what we're doing after Seal Beach. I closed my I put my chart away too soon, doggone it. Okay, Sebi 3. We're going to be on a 022 heading up to Sebi or CB. So I'm going to go ahead and spin the heading bug around to 022 to be about right there. We fly this outbound from Seal Beach for 23 miles, and then the next VOR is the Daggett VOR at 13.2. So let's get that ready to go. And all right, we'll set that in our standby just so we can have a rough idea here. When that starts to come in, we'll know we're closing in on where we need to be. 7 miles to make the turn. And we are over 14,000, so that's fantastic. Again, we were given over to Unicom, so they would have, at this point in time, we would have checked in with Center, and they would have said climb and maintain, or climb flight level 310, which we will set. All right, that's all there is to it, boys and girls. You'll have a pic in a bit. Awesome, very cool, very cool. Thank you so much, my good friend. got a pretty good view of you taking off behind me there, Cargo Fire. That looked awesome.
Sorry, I've been having my hands full with her.
Totally understand. It's a busy one, but that's kind of why it's fun to fly, right? I mean, yes, you could put the SIVA in here, and it does have an X-SIVA that works well, but it sort of takes all the fun out of...
Definitely doesn't fly like the Concorde, but we'll manage.
Yeah, that Concorde's another one of those planes that is priced pretty nicely on this Black Friday sale. It just underwent...
Like any other plane.
Yeah, it just underwent a pretty nice update from what I understand, but you fly that thing a lot. Maybe you can talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, I'd love a quick review because I'm thinking about buying it.
Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, just a second.
Yeah, no worries, man, no worries. We're through 18,000, so we will go ahead and set standard barrel. Our flaps are confirmed up. Gears locked. So we were just talking about the Concorde, and Downwind Sim was... I know he's been eyeballing that plane for a while. He's an aficionado of some of the older planes like we are. And I also, though, if I understand correctly, because I don't have the plane, but I understand it underwent a fairly substantial update here recently. And so if you've got time and feel like talking about it, I know Downwind Sim and there's a few other people on my stream that have kind of been contemplating picking that up. Maybe just a little quick review would be awesome.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. So the Concorde is, it's a very interesting plane to fly. I mean, it is a delta wing, so you definitely will have
I just
steeper,
blew right through that, didn't I?
But other than that, she flies just like any other bird. The version 2.0 update from Collab introduced a lot of new things, and especially a more interactive flight engineer camera, which, you know, you can be as thorough or as real quick with it as you like. You know, honestly, I still don't even care about fuel flows and still use the automated flight engineer to help me out on the flights. And it's all good. I mean, you know, you will crash and burn a few times. Don't worry about it. But once you get past that learning curve, you'll wonder why you never flew it before.
Yeah, now you're making me want to pick it up.
It's we can, you know, what do you call that? It's really again, it's just like with anything.
Cat lady's coming out. You know that, Pentagon.
That's as good as I can put it.
Which I think is why it honestly is a very interesting plane. I mean, it's like the unique factor, and like it checks almost every box when it comes to uniqueness.
And the fact that it's on X-plane and how it's been modeled, I think is a real treat. I think really the only other complex simulation of the Concorde is in FSX. The one in P3D, can't speak on that one.
Well, there you go, Downwind Sim. An independent view that did not know he was going to be asked to do a review has given it a Cargo Fire rating sounds like at least like an 8 out of 10.
No, yeah, about 8 out of 10. You know, as I.
And
like
how many of these flights have you flown where the Concorde never flew?
Oh, quite a bit. I understand your question. So we've taken it to Paro, we've taken it to Cotton, and Innsbruck of all places.
Oh, holy moly! Yeah, wow, Innsbruck, wow.
See, that's the beauty of having something like that in the simulator, is that you could say what if, right?
Absolutely. Just forget for a second, about shattering glass, for reals, and just saying, can you, do you have the piloting ability to, butter in some cotton?
So guys, I blew through that turn there at Seal Beach, obviously, and I'm a little off course, but I'm making an estimate here because I'm also not picking up the Daggett VOR, which should be a 113.2. There we go. We finally got that thing, and so I just like literally made a rough estimate and almost nailed that sucker, but kind of cut the corner a little bit late. Well, I took the Seal Beach corner a little bit late, so that means I didn't. If you look at the departure, there's like a little bit of a rooftop kind of jog up to CB and then over, and I kind of just cut the corner there just a little bit. But anyway, not too far. So we'll close in here on Daggett, which we've got 76 miles, and at Daggett we will be officially off of the SEBI 3 or CB3, I don't know how you say that, departure, and then we will be outbound. Our next VOR is the Las Vegas VOR. So Las Vegas, I will tell you right now, guys, is another airport that I picked up. I really am a big fan of the Fly Tampa stuff, and picked it up, but it looks like I just spawned in just to see how it looked. It looks like there's some elevation issues, so I'll have to be doing some troubleshooting. And I don't know if anybody here has that Fly Tampa Las Vegas scenery in X-Plane or not, and have run across that, but I would definitely appreciate any tips on how to fix that. Basically, what it looked like is all the runway textures, the ground textures were all where they're supposed to be, and then every building was like 50 feet up. So Brett, did you have to do anything, good fixes, anything different? Panagon, was there anything that you had to do different to make everything line up?
That sounds like that same Brzezinski design issue.
Good Fixin says he knows what I need to move, and he'll message me in the Discord. Yeah, that's right. We had that problem with the Brzezinski design stuff. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I just sent you a picture in the Discord.
Oh, okay, okay.
My recognition light's complete.
So here we go, guys. If
I solved that problem by using X-Organizer.
Well, and I did too. I ran it through X-Organizer, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to maybe take a second look at it. Look at that. That looks nice. So you guys, I don't know if you know this, but on this plane, like, they have 3 different colors of recognition lights, and they used to use that to identify, what plane they were talking to, and they would tell them to flash the lights in a certain order, and so that wasn't modeled in this aircraft, but now it is, according to or thanks to the Downwind Sim mod, which that's one of many things he's done to this plane, which it sounds to me like the plane already is pretty nice, and he's just done some things that have spiced it up even a little bit more. So nice work, my friend. That's again the mad scientist doing what he does, and that's pretty doggone cool. But yeah, I'll have to go in and maybe just run X-Organizer again, because I would love it if that would be the simple fix, and that usually does fix most every problem I have. All right.
Yeah. So the however you say that, how do you pronounce Brzezinski? You say that.
Yep, that's exactly right. Jerzy
Oh, for
Krzyzewski.
I just say DD design.
okay. So he did Washington D.C. and also I think some stuff in Chicago and that sort of thing. And the problem that I had with it is I wanted to use it with Ortho 4XP and not have a flattened airport, but I wanted the terrain around the airport to be defined by Ortho 4XP as
Right.
it would be in real life. And the way that he modeled it is like there might be 30 or 40 buildings all off of the same reference point. So if there's a building sitting at 0,0, that sits on the ground, but if the terrain slopes away up or down as you move away from that origin point, then the buildings don't sit on the ground anymore.
Yep, that's exactly what it looks like is happening here. So I'm curious to see if I just run Xorganizer again, if that helps, or I'm also curious to see what Good Fixins is suggesting there.
Yeah,
That'll
let
save
know
me
what
some
you
hunting around
suggest.
on the forums anyway. All right, well, we're just about up to cruise, and let me jump over here to the cruise checklist. We're going to be taking a peek here. Again, everything up here looks to be good to go. I'm not worrying about doing any kind of cross feed with the fuel because we don't have any. Everything's balanced right now, so on the fuel system you would only worry about the cross feed if you happen to have like the center tank is the one you can put a little extra in. If you were doing a longer flight, you'd want to run that down until all three are the same. But since we didn't have that much fuel, we could should have ran those tests before I did that, but we could just leave them as is, so I won't worry about touching that. And I forgot, my favorite thing here is the fluorescent panel light. And then Sim Caesar showed me another one. I can't believe I didn't see this one earlier, but there's one here, and it does one on the dash here. So I love that. That's like the most awesome thing in flight simulation. So John just bought the B-25 because of the mad scientist. Pixie's saying there's one thing you have to move in the Xorganizer. All right, well I won't worry about that right now. We can mess around with that later on. But so anyway, though, that's been my extent of the Black Friday sales. Is I bought LAX, I bought Las Vegas, and I also picked up Miami. And those are the three sceneries that I grabbed. That's kind of what I've been trying to build up my Class Bravo sceneries, just as they come on sale. No rush. But now that we're starting that Class Bravo tour, it makes sense to try to expedite that process maybe just a little bit. And tonight was a perfect time to pick up LAX. Although I did have, I must say, I had the Mr. X version of LAX, the freeware one, and that's very, very good as well. So, Downwind Sim uses the term test pilot in quotation marks, and that's Smitty saying, yes, that's the role that you'd like to play. I did put out, and again, I'm not advocating you get anything, but I know there's a lot of questions that come my way, and in terms of like which add-ons are good, and I probably why I enjoy this time of year is just for the conversation around all of that stuff. But I did put out a little bit of a list on my propeller heads channel, and it lists of the airplanes that I have some experience with. It kind of lists the ones that I think are good and worth picking up. They certainly, it's not a all-inclusive list, so I'm sure there are more planes out there that are currently on sale that are really, really good to pick up. But like the one thing that I think if you ever were interested in picking up the TBM from Hot Start, this is the only time it has ever been on sale in the history of that add-on. So you're never going to find a better deal on it than you are right now. And that certainly is a, you know, an A plus type of aircraft. But there are some others. And if you are, if you're interested, you can kind of see that list over there on my Discord channel. But I'm curious, Downwind Sim and Cargo Fire, just since we don't have ATC and have some time to kill, which ones? I know we talked a little bit about the Concorde, but which ones are on your list of things you're keeping an eye on and maybe getting ready to spend a little bit of cabbage?
Speaking about that, I would probably say the Rotate MD-11. I mean, I think it's been, I think it's past due, but you know, as with these types of things, it's ready when it's ready.
Yeah, and that's certainly one. I mean, it's like, don't rush it, right? Let's not put out a bad product. But I'm with you. The MD-11 looks, obviously from a cargo perspective, it doesn't get much better. But that's one I have also been keeping my eye on. Mr. Downwind Simulations, what do you think?
Well, the Concorde's on my short list, as you know, but I've been thinking about that since version 1, so quite a while. And then this latest kick that I've been on with the World War II planes has been kind of fun. I know you and I have talked a little bit about that it's sort of turned into a history lesson with a museum at your own house in the sim. So that's been a lot of fun, actually, for me, learning about these aircraft and how they worked and what they had, didn't have, and so on and so forth. So I'll probably end up picking up a couple more, I think Smitty said the P-51's really good, and I don't know, I have to look back through the list. I kind of look through the list of the sale list several times, and start whittling it down. That's sort of my process.
Yeah, and you've, for those of you that don't know, Downwind Sim has done a number of mods now with planes that are like, he's done a few that were X-Plane 10 aircraft that were still available, and he picked them up on the cheap and brought them kind of up to speed for X-Plane 11. And then he's been lately on a bit of a military kick. And what was the one you and I were flying that had that crazy autopilot? We flew it up there in Alaska, and you had done some work on that.
Was that the Lodestar? Is that what you're talking about?
Was it the Lodestar? I couldn't remember. It was another one of those that was on sale, and you're like, oh, you got to get this. You got to get this. And oh, by the way, put this little script modification in, and then you can. It was the one where the radio switches weren't set up right.
Oh yeah, that's the Lodestar. Yep.
So anyway,
that's on sale right now too, and it's kind of like a smaller DC-3. So if you like flying on the DC-3, this is similar, but just a smaller version of it.
A really, really interesting autopilot system in that plane. A very, very early, early technology. A lot of fun to fly that thing. And Cargo Fire, I think I cut you off. You were about to make a point there.
No, just taking in the conversation. I thought I had something to say, but no, I don't have anything further to add right now.
So Smitty and I were talking earlier, and there's a lot when the Coronado sale happens. If there's any aircraft that strike your fancy with that, those have generally been fairly easy to fix and bring up to speed. And I know if you cruise the Coronado forum on xplane.org, there's a lot of grief. This doesn't work. All of that.
Yeah, I think one of the first planes I remember you messing around with was actually that Cessna 152, and you were fiddling a little bit with it, and then we discovered that NH Adrian had done a really nice mod, so we kind of moved away from that. But that's what I remember you starting to mess with first.
Yep, and then the next one was that V-tail Bonanza, the Doctor Killer.
Smitty said that he is flying the P-51 right now.
Yeah,
Right now, it's his go-to
the
lately.
Skymaster's finished, more or less.
Yeah. Oh, Bliss 9. How are you, Bliss?
I go somewhere
Good to see you.
Fly that and burn twice the fuel, right?
Right. You said the comment on that one was it goes as fast as the Skyhawk and burns twice the fuel.
That's right.
So Bliss 9, yeah, he mentions the King Air 350, and I've got a little best in class. Maybe I'll just read this again. We've got a little bit of time to kill here, as we don't have, unfortunately, any ATC right now heading into Salt Lake City. We've got a little bit of time yet. Probably ought to put where I'm going here, and so we can see. All right, add a flight plan for VATSIM, and yeah, so this is us. We're just kind of getting out of here, and I don't know. I'm here somewhere. I don't know. I'm here somewhere, but so here's what I had listed. So the first category I had is these are developers that rarely offer sales. So number one, we mentioned already, the Hot Start TBM 900, first time ever on sale. The next one I have on the list is the TorqueSim SR22. TorqueSim is also notorious for not putting things on sale. And then the Just Flight BAE 146 is another good one. And again, Just Flight, not really a developer that offers sales very often. And then I just saw the PMDG post that they're offering a sale. Usually they do a birthday sale, and like every year, so last year they were celebrating their 21st birthday, so everything was 21% off. And so this year it'll be 22% off, and on and on and on. But anyway, they decided to do a Black Friday sale as well. So Hot Start, TorqueSim, Just Flight, PMDG are having sales right now, and those just don't happen very often. So if you've ever had your eye on one of those planes, those are good ones to have. Then I mentioned a group of jets that, usually the jets are a little more expensive, and so I thought, some of these prices are down a bit. So one of the planes we're going to fly next actually is the AnyBuilds A300. But those AnyBuilds planes are on sale. The FlyJSim stuff we also mentioned, those are on sale. And Flight Factor is having a sale, and I've got the 757. I hear great things about the 767 as well. So AnyBuilds, FlyJSim, and Flight Factor, maybe it's your chance to pick up a larger aircraft, a larger jet aircraft. And then the final one, the one that was the hardest for me, I called it the best in class, because it was just kind of a hodgepodge of different planes that I have experience with. And so Aerobask has a couple of them on that list. The DA62, I consider it the best in class for diesel twins. It might be the only diesel twin in X-Plane, but it's a really fun plane, and it has undergone an update as well. Synthetic Vision is in it now, and it's done some I guess it's a pretty big update for that plane. But then the Aerobask the Phenom 300, which is the best business jet currently in X-Plane. Then we, Bliss 9 just talked about the Airfoil Labs King Air 350, which I think is the best twin turbine aircraft right now. We can't forget about the digital replica Cessna 310L, which is a twin, normally aspirated engine aircraft, and just maybe potentially one of my favorite of the top. Yeah.
You don't have that. You have to have an aircraft with curtains.
Has curtains there. Has the Navamatic air. Oh man, it's just got.
Laboratory. We need one of those too.
Yeah, that one you kind of have to. I don't know. Maybe there's a place where you can chemtrail that, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
What's the plane? You have a circuit breaker for it?
Oh, that's the Q400. Whoops, I was overspeeding there, guys. I didn't mean to do that. So then I put the leading edge sim Saab 340 as the best regional turboprop that I have that's on sale. I mean, I'm not saying it's better than the Q400 for FlyJSim. I'm just saying it's the best one I own that's on sale right now. And then a couple Thuranda planes as well made the list. The de Havilland Beaver, of course, I put as a the best bush plane. The Thuranda PC-6 Porter is the best turbine-powered bush plane. So I kind of bent the rules a little bit there. And then the Thuranda Kodiak is the best tricycle gear bush plane. So I'm a big fan of the Thuranda stuff. And no, I don't have the Wilga, and that's maybe the only plane so far on this sale that is kind of interesting, but I really don't know that I mean, yeah, I don't know about that. So now Bliss 9 says the 340 is not Linux supported, but maybe it is. Yeah, just by all the Thuranda birds, Good Fixes is saying, yeah. And that Saab 340, it really is. And that's another one that was kind of almost legacy wear, and then Leading Edge Sim came in and did a number of updates about this time last year. Has it been a year? And all of a sudden that plane is like, holy cow, it is it's deep, and I mean, it looks old for sure, but the systems are unbelievable and just really fun to fly. And yeah, so anyway, that's a sneaky good one there. So good Vixen says he has the Wilga. Super cool but slow. Yeah, they kind of all are. Good Vixens. The one on the org story is from Carenad Don't. Now wait a second. That the Carenado Saab is actually not too bad. It's not too bad. I flew that when I was utterly disappointed by the Leading Edge Sim Saab when I first got it, because that Leading Edge Sim one was so buggy and clunky, and I couldn't run it. So I'm like, I'd really like a regional turboprop. So I picked up that Carenado just to give it a try, and sure enough, that thing worked well. All right, I'm not paying attention here, and I think I've blown right through, potentially through the Las Vegas VOR. No, let's see. Daggett at 13.2. Oh, that's what I'm tuned into. Las Vegas is coming up. And yeah, I think I've actually went past Las Vegas here. So sort of some bad piloting on my part. I'm getting too chatty here. So let's tune in Las Vegas at 16.9. We should be outbound on 031. Yeah, so you can see we overshot it. Probably more in a little bit. So we'll just, we won't get crazy here, but we'll probably go at about a 0.20. Oh, actually, it's coming back in, so we weren't too far off. That's what happens to me in this plane, is I get to chatting with people in the chat, and I forget what I'm doing here. All right, that's just about picked up. If you're following on Volanta, you're going to notice that, yeah, I'm way off Samsonite. All right, Brett, heading out. Thank you so much. I did see that, and it looks like you moved some overlays there. Okay, greatly appreciate that. I will take a look, and yeah. You leave the landmarks. Oh, I see some of the things you're talking about might get doubled up. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I understand there's some stuff there that is mixed in with the scenery, and that's kind of what I found on the Nimbus. The Nimbus version of Miami International is it was conflicting with the Drzecki designed Miami City download that I grabbed, which I think was just a demo. So I disabled that, and then that airport's now working as it should. But okay, cool, man, cool.
Oh, I have that too. What I've done is you just put Miami on top of the D design layer, and then you're good.
Oh, okay. So that must have been something that my X-Organizer didn't do, but you can just do that manually. That's good to know. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you have to do that automatically every time you run X-Organizer, though. That's probably the only downside with those two sceneries.
Oh, because it'll reorder it and put it in the wrong spot again. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so cargo fire, before we get too much closer to Salt Lake and have to start getting into descent, talk to my crew, my viewers, maybe about some of the things you do, the planes you fly, and maybe kind of what your favorites are.
So I'm more of an airliner specialist, so it was really only until when Microsoft Flight Sim came out when I really started getting into more GA stuff. So as far as like what I do, usually in my early morning streams is usually doing a lot of general aviation stuff with, like, say the Seneca and MSFS, and then on Fridays I'll do more of the X-plane stuff with the airliners. I definitely love a lot of something like the Flight Factor 767, Tollus A340. So those are kind of the vibes that I kind of like to do, and yeah, I think yeah, that's just how I've always been. So when it comes to doing VFR, VFR tends to be something I don't do very well at. So most of the time I'm doing IFR.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I mean, it's both of them are such unique skills, and you have to do them regularly to stay, current, basically, sim version of current. It's amazing how many times I've hopped out and done VFR stuff for a week or two, and then I jump back in and I forget like how to shoot an instrument approach in bad weather, and I'm like, oh man, it takes practice both ways. But so certainly you've heard us talk about our Bush League backcountry fly-ins, and I guess I would extend to you the invite. They're the first Monday of every month, and we've got one coming up here on the 6th of December. The first Monday of December is a little bit of a weird Monday, but you certainly would be welcome to join us. And I don't know if it works out for you time-wise with your work schedule and all that, but we do it at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 6 Mountain, so it'll be 5 o'clock, your time. And this month I'm planning it, and it's going to be a little bit of a DC-3 type of mission, but you don't have to have a DC-3 to fly it, and it's going to be a little bit of a mountain flight. So maybe we could, talk you into joining us on one of those. They're an absolute hoot.
Oh, I'd love to. Let me check my schedule and I'll let you know. I think I have the AeroWorks DC-3, so I think that'd be a perfect match for the flight.
Awesome. And that's what I plan to fly as well. I have the V-Sky Labs one, but I haven't quite got a handle on that one just yet. So I'll share information with you. It's over. We post the flight information on the downwindsim.com website, and it has scenery links and stuff like that we always do a couple of airports. And so anyway, I'll give you some more information now that we're connected on Discord. But yeah, we'd love to have you.
Right on.
All right, so we're 56 north of Las Vegas, and we need to be making a turn here at 59 on the just a slight left-hand turn, and then we'll start heading.
I think I'm about like 14 miles inbound to the Morgan Mesa VOR, and then that should put us right on our way to the Jammin' fiber line.
Yeah, perfect. I might have screwed this up, you guys, live. I might have screwed up. I might still be tracking towards Milford instead of Morgan Mason on the Las Vegas Juliet 9. I might be alright, never mind. I must confess I've not done a good job of paying attention here, but regardless, we will be... Yeah, so we're going to Milford now, which is 112. No, hold on. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're outbound, flying away from Las Vegas, and we should be flying now toward Milford, 112.1. Yeah, I didn't do a very good job of updating that. 12.1, let's pop that in. And okay, we actually didn't do too bad a job of intercepting that. And we should be, yeah, a little under 100 miles now. Very good. After Milford, it's the Delta VOR, Delta Tango Alpha, which is on 16.1. Let's try to see if we can get ahead of this plane a little bit, because we are definitely coming up on the arrival. So we got 160 miles. Yeah, so it's probably not a terrible time to brief this arrival. I'm going to go ahead and hop it over there. Smitty, can we announce the area at least early so you can build tiles? Yes, I will. John, I'll try to get that information out. Maybe even this weekend. At least the tile information. And yeah, I will try to get, it's from a scenery standpoint, John, it's a little bit simpler this go around. So if it's like our usual 11th hour deal, it won't be quite as bad of a situation. But I will try to get stuff out if I can this weekend. All right, so we are coming in on the Jammin' 5. So here we are. Yeah, Milford, and then Delta, and all right. So we need to be. Let's see. Looks like our. Oh, this is an arrival that does not have any altitude restrictions per se. We would just be descending ourselves and down to 16,000 here at Beaver, and then kind of holding that down here. Oh man, I think what we maybe are going to do, because we're going to get to Chip, and we're in South Ops, so we're going to vector ourselves here 343 and come around on the 16 right approach into Salt Lake City. So what do I need here? 16 right, I guess. ILS 16 right. I would need 9 or 1,000 at Ruffet. Sorry, at Ruff, 9 or 1,000. So I need to lose 21,000. So that's about about 63-ish, 70-ish miles, 80-ish miles, probably just to be safe. So 80 miles out, we can start the descent. You go back here and just remember this is at I'm sorry, 16 right. At Rough, we're 22 miles from the airport, so so we can actually be, if we said 80 miles away from Rough, that basically means that we need to be 60-ish miles from the airport when we start the descent. So let me kind of come back in here and let's see if we can figure out something that's semi-close here. And Downwind Sim or Cargo Fire, you can feel free to speak up here as I'm doing math on stream. That's not always a good thing, but so something that's in that 40-ish mile range. Let's see. There's 23 miles. So Jammin is 50. Maybe Jammin is just a good spot to start the descent. And then if we happen to get down a little bit sooner, that's fantastic. We could maybe shoot a visual approach. Let me see if the weather's changed any since I checked it earlier today. Yeah, winds are calm. Oh heck, we could shoot this baby in. Nope, they're still in the. Oh, actually, I'm in Boise. That's the wrong airport. Boise's landing the 10s, just in case you want to divert.
We have enough fuel.
Yeah, I've got a good story about not managing fuel very well in this plane, and it involves Boise. All right, so they're still in the south blow here. So yeah, we'll just plan on jamming. That'll be good. So I did a shared cockpit flight with Slant Alpha Adventures one time in this plane, and we ended up, it was a Saturday night deal, and we were trying to fly from Denver to Portland or Seattle, I can't remember which, but we had this humongous wait. I mean, we were like 15th in line for departure, and so we sat and burned fuel on the ground for probably, I mean, it had to be close to an hour. And anyway, we got going, everything was good. We got about to Boise, and I was doing fuel calculations. I was the flight engineer on that plane, and I'm like, Slant Alpha, we don't have enough fuel to make it to Portland or whatever. I'm like, we're gonna need to divert. And we went back and kind of thought about it, and you figure like 15 minutes of taxi fuel and then 30 minutes of contingency and whatever, blah 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 blah. We might have been able to make it, but we would have been definitely under the, like we wouldn't have had any fuel for a go around, let alone any kind of a diversion. And but then somebody mentioned that it's common practice in this plane, if you have a situation like that where you shut down 2 of the 3 engines and you just run one, and that's what you use to taxi. And I'm like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Neither one of us at the time thought about it, and but yeah, it ended up causing us to divert and land in Boise.
We could have brought the fuel truck to you while you were waiting for takeoff.
That's what we should have done. That's a heck of a good idea.
Yeah, I think I had that happen when I was doing across the pond with the Flight Factor A350. I didn't take into account for the strong headwinds going to Miami, and I kid you not, I was short 600 miles on fuel as a result.
Oh man.
It was pretty embarrassing going into the iOS panel and saying, "Oh well, the tanker arrived with another 7,000 kilos of fuel.
What the heck? It happens. That kind of stuff is sort of commonplace on my stream, so I think my viewers are used to it. So, Smitty, here is let me see if I can find the tiles for you, so you can at least. Although I don't know if it's going to help you, because I think there's going to be some OSM data that I have to share with you first, so it won't help you. Yeah, so I'm not gonna share the tile until I am able to share the OSM data with you. Hey, Bliss9, thank you so much for the ascription. Greatly appreciate that, my friend. And Skull to you. Happy Friday or Saturday, wherever it is in your world. It's the last of the Diet Pepsi. We're gonna have to go get ourselves another round here for the second flight. But yeah, appreciate that. Oh my goodness gracious, Al South MIA has joined us as well. Hello, muy buenas noches, mi amigo. Good to see you as always. And you have to burn the tile first and then recook it. Yeah, you do. Okay, so alright, that's a good point. If you haven't done this yet, I guess this would help you out a little bit. Alright, so it is going to be in the following tiles. Since you're here, Smitty, you get a little bit of a preview of this. So it is in tiles. You need tiles 110. I'm sorry, 43, 110, and 44, 109. 43, 110, and 44, 109. If you want to get to work getting those ready to go, then I will share the OSM stuff, and you'll be a step ahead of the competition. This is going to be a little bit of a hunt and find type of event. So, yeah, it's the cat's kind of out of the bag right now, but we'll be back up in the Wind River Mountains of Wyoming, and it's I'm really excited about this one because it's a little bit of local history that I didn't know about until just recently. And we have Iowa Scotsman here as well. Iowa Scotsman and Al South, I'm unable to properly welcome you with a toast. No ale horn tonight. We're using the Marty Moose eggnog glass, and I had it filled to the brim with Diet Pepsi here a minute ago, and I am currently out, so I'm gonna get on the ground. We'll do a little change-a-roo, and yeah, and we'll get a fresh Diet Pepsi and rocking and rolling. Al South, I know you said you gave up on X-Plane until version 12. It's all good. It's all good, man. All good. Okay. Yes, Jay Smitty, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Okay, we're closing in. By the way, this is the Milford VOR, and from Milford we are outbound on a what are we outbound on? I can't quite read it. 007. Go ahead and just spin that over. And yeah, let's go ahead and engage heading mode. 007. See if that centers up a little bit. And yeah, so we're on the approach, and we're just looking for that jammin'. waypoint, that Jammin intersection. Once we get the Jammin intersection, we can start the descent down to 9,000, and that is the, if we were shooting the ILS, that would be our initial approach altitude. That'll at least get us started down in the right direction here. So okay, I've got to come up here and see. So we have Delta 16.1, which is next. That's in there, 52 miles. And then after Delta, I think, is when we get closer to Jammin. Looks like Jammin is, yeah, Jammin is 46 miles past or to the north of Delta. And that's when we'll start to head down. That's Jammin's about 50 miles from Chirp, which is 14 more miles, so it's going to be pretty close. And if, like I said, if we're down a little early, and we will adjust and we will shoot the visual. I don't think we're going to have any ATC, so you know, that's kind of the way it goes. There's us. There's me and Cargo Fire. It's weird that my plane's not showing up as blue here. Interesting. Maybe I need to cancel that flight. Yeah, there we go. Maybe it'll come into play there, but I think pretty much everybody's kind of gone to bed. It's pretty late all over the place. I appreciate Cargo Fire staying up late with me. I had to bump back the departure time tonight because of the junior first officer and trying to make sure we got him to bed. And so I thought if I went a little bit later, I'd be able to make sure he was in bed, and then I'd have the rest of the night to go ahead and just do our thing. Is that big boy? That's a 457. Okay, I think that looks good. Yeah, we're not too far off as far as the picking up that VOR, so I can live with that. Might be a little bit of a strong correction. Sometimes this plane has a tendency to be pretty aggressive picking up its inbound and outbound radio, but we'll get on that. Downwind Sim pie flavor of the day is pumpkin. Rub it in, man. I can't eat pumpkin, but I've enjoyed a couple slices of apple pie. Iowa Scotsman is kind of voting the same as far as X-Plane 11. Just holding out till X-Plane 12. Totally understand that. I'm just happy, knock on wood, everything's running pretty well for me, so I continue to enjoy the heck out of things. But I am also looking forward to what that X-Plane 12 or Next Gen or whatever they're going to call it, what that has to offer. Some pretty cool concepts that they're working on right now, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I had the chance to try out X-Plane 12 a little bit during FS Expo. That was it was a real nice preview.
Yeah, that's what things did they have that that kind of grabbed you when you did that preview?
So in that one, when we were doing the preview, so they didn't have volumetric clouds just yet. But so really, what it was is, from what I remember, the forests were a lot better than before. So I guess a lot of the auto-gen was substantially improved. We were flying in some remote part of Canada. We really took advantage of Vulcan Optimization was really good on the test setup. At 4K resolution, I think we were seeing around like 30 to 45 frames. And this is just without clouds in the Cirrus SR22. What I liked about it the most was I think a lot of the shadow details was much more improved. Really, it's just like, I guess, what is the word I'm looking for? I think if X-Plane 11, if you don't have any issues with X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12 really polishes a lot from what we've seen with X-Plane 11.5.
Yeah, that's encouraging, man. I'm looking forward to the environmental, improvements, the ground textures and the clouds, and hoping that they are able to implement some sort of seasonal effect. I miss my snow of P3D and that kind of stuff.
Did you come from P3D or have you been a long time X-Plane user?
I was a convert probably Downwind Sim? What's it been? 3-4 years ago now?
Yeah, something like 3 years this fall, I think.
Yep, I think you're right. All right, so guys, I've kind of.
It's all Al South's fault.
That's right. He cyberbullied me into doing it. So
Yep.
we're closing in on Delta here, and I forgot to flip over my.
Al South is X-Plane user?
He was Cargo Fire. He was, and I was, and Melvin was not. And we had such a great time. I'm picking on Melvin, I guess, but no, he's a good entertainer. So we were watching a lot of his flights, and Al South was he was the one. He came up with the idea. He's like, what do you think about trying to get a copy of X-Plane for Melvin, just to bring him along or up to speed? And anyway, I got wind of it, and I'm like, that's a great idea. I'll go in halvesies with you. And so it was quite the episode to surprise him, because I knew him from Twitch, and that's it. And I had to find or somehow get his personal email address so that I could send him a gift certificate that Al South and I had split so that he could buy X-Plane. And so I knew he worked at a school, and I called the school and talked to one of his school secretaries, and I said, this is going to sound really weird, but I'm a friend of your principal at the school, and I need to somehow get his email address. So I said, let me give you my information. Oh, and it was a secret. We didn't want him to. I didn't want him to know. I wanted to surprise him, and so I said, is there any way, if I give you my phone number and my email address, I'm like, can you pass this along to his wife without him knowing? And so somehow she agreed. The secretary of the school agreed, and then Melvin's wife ended up sending me an email, and probably thinking I'm a weird internet stalker. But anyway, long story short, I explained what we were doing, and we surprised him one day. I ended up getting his personal email address, and we sent him an Xplane.org gift certificate for enough money to buy X-Plane 11. and so we've been bugging each other ever since.
That's amazing. The fact that Melvin just didn't know what was going on, and then as you can see, hasn't looked back since. Oh
no, he owns more aftermarket add-ons than anybody else that I know. So he jumped in with both feet, and now we tease him that we call him the cat lady of X-Plane because he just has so many cats or so many airplanes.
Yeah, I have invested a fairly substantial amount into my flight simulation addiction. There's no doubt about it.
But I just want to go on record by saying that your wife agreed to it early on. She probably had no idea what she was saying yes to.
She had some idea because I had a little bit of a track record in FSX and P3D of doing the same type of thing. So it's yeah, she had some idea.
Iowa Scotsman says in chat, "Want to bet downwind sim? I probably have more." We need to have the Melvin Leroy versus Iowa Scotsman SmackDown.
No. I don't want to compete with anybody because I recognize and realize that I have a problem. All right, guys, we're closing in on jamming, and I think I managed to somehow get myself back on track. 46 miles is where we're supposed to be, and then we start the descent. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to get my speed down to close to 250. I'm gonna back off a little bit here, and maybe here in the next 10 miles we'll slow down, and then I'm gonna use the IAS mode to descend, and with any luck we'll steer clear of the mountains and we'll be down in Salt Lake City, and that'll be leg 1 of 2. Again, if you just got here, we're flying with special guest Cargo Fire. We also have along for the ride Comedy Relief Ed McMahon style downwind simulations over in the voice room, and we're doing a couple of cargo hauls in the FedEx livery. This has been leg 1 from LAX into Salt Lake, and then we're going to head from Salt Lake to Denver. Basically what we're doing is we're connecting the two sort of home airports for Cargo Fire and Melvin Leroy, and yeah, so it's been in the works for a while, and I've had a heck of a lot of fun chatting with both of those guys tonight. There'll be more entertainment to come here real soon, but all right, I'm not doing a very good job of slowing down. I only got another mile to go here.
So I'm hauling turkey and some TVs. What are you hauling, sir?
I haul the same thing every time. I'm hauling Black Fox and Blue Fox baked goods from British Columbia to all parts in the northern hemisphere.
Wow, that's awesome. Al South Miami, how you doing?
And yes, if you would like to come over and participate in the chit chat over in my voice channel, you're welcome to, and would love to have you along. So we're going to be a little bit slow in the descent, but that's okay. We're pitching up ever so slightly to get our speed down and gain a couple hundred feet, but yeah. Hi to Cargo Fire from Alice. Yeah, awesome. Yep.
Al South says he doesn't recognize the voice. I think it's just because it's not normal for me to be hanging out. But again, I really appreciate the invite. It's such an honor.
Yeah, I kind of have made it a priority this year to do more of this type of stuff instead of just talking about it. I think I mentioned this to you, so I've had a chance to fly with a lot of my friends on the my flight sim friends, and it's just awesome. In lieu of meeting up with you somewhere and hanging out like at Flight Sim Expo or whatever, which is what I intend to do as well. This is the next best thing, and it'll suffice for now. But it's been incredible. I've never really been a part of an online community before. I started flight simming, and now I've got friends from all over the world. Really, I was trying to describe I was trying to describe Continuum to my wife today because I was humming his Lion King song. Do you guys know what that one is? Have you heard that one yet? somebody in chat has heard his Lion King song, I'm sure. It's not appropriate. It's not at all appropriate. But anyway, I was humming it, and she's like, "What are you singing?" And so I tried to explain Continuum to her. So I don't know. One of these days, I will be able to afford a ticket to Flight Sim Expo. Well, it's not affording it per se, but just be able to swing it, because it hits at a time of the year that's tough for me to get away. But I would love to. I would really love to just be able to meet you guys in person. And
But speaking of FS Expo, do we know where they're going to be hosting it next?
I have not heard that. The last I heard is it's still up in the air as to whether or not it's even going to happen.
Oh, but I think the one in San Diego was a huge success. I mean, despite the fact that, you know, COVID was going on. I was going to say, you know, what if FS Expo were in your backyard next year?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be awesome. We just need to put some pressure on old Evan Ryder there from Boston Virtual and just say, hey, man, let's make this happen, buddy. Okay, so I've switched over to the Wasatch VOR, and that's what we're currently flying toward. And when we get 14, is it 14 miles? 14.3 to be specific. That's when we turn on a 343 heading, and that'll be our vectors. You're looking at the Great Salt Lake here in Utah. I will set this for a 343 right now. Pretty close, and again, we're looking for just a hair over 14 miles to make that turn. And at that point in time, we are essentially vectors to final, so we can put in all of our information for the ILS runway 16 right approach. Slayer T has stopped by. Hello, my friend. I am so apologetic here. I've run out of toasting juice, so I will refill. But good to see you, Slayer. It was fun to see you doing your thing in that DC-6 earlier today. I wish I would have been able to spend a little more time, but as mentioned, as you can see behind, the Downwind Sims, the Melvin Leroy Studios are in a bit of a shambles because we have every holiday decoration box that we own, and I think we maybe borrowed a couple of the neighbors to start putting decorations up. And the junior first officer is all about decorations this year. He hasn't cared in the past at all about that, and it was about 5 hours worth of decorating today, and I had to kind of pull him off of the project because he was having so much fun. But anyway, so that's we've been hanging out and having a good time. It's been great to have him home. I've had my whole family home, so we've been able to catch up and chit chat and have some meals together, and that's been awesome. All right, heading select. We are officially vectors to final, and I probably could make a little bit of a radio call here. I don't know if anybody's on the ground, but I guess I need to know where I'm at. Salt Lake traffic. FedEx 816 is descending through 21,000. We are just south of the airfield. We're expecting runway 16 right, Salt Lake City traffic. I'm not. I got to go out quite a ways.
Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 3069 type Boeing 727 behind the UPS. Also intending for runway 16 right, Salt Lake.
All right, so let's put the localizer in here. It's going to be 111.9er.
How you doing, Mr. Slayer T?
And I can put the Wasatch VOR in 116.8. That'll at least give me an idea how far away I am from the airport. So, yeah, we're within 10 miles, so that's fine. Actually, it looks like I might be just south of the field, so that wasn't a terrible check-in, honestly. But I've got a ways to go. I got to get myself out and we will be a good, oh heck, 22 miles north of the field by the time we get to rough. And that's our initial approach fix. And then we need an approach course of 164. So I'm going to go ahead and spin that in as well here, 164. We should be essentially on a right-hand downwind, basically. Yep, 164. There we go. And as you can see, if you've never flown into Salt Lake City before, you've got a variety of sort of terrain concerns. Lots of mountains in the area. And so, you know, it's a fairly, not a tremendously, it's not like you're coming into St. Bart's, but it's a, they drop you in there pretty quickly because there's a significant mountain range to the east of the airfield right there. If you're coming from that direction, you kind of have to stay, you know, up above 10,000 feet in some cases, depending on where you're coming from. But a fun airport to come into and out of, to be sure. We're below 18,000 feet, so let me get a quick altimeter here. It looks like 3028 is what we need. Spin that in. Set once and set twice. 3028. Okay, that looks good. And all right, the approach brief. It looks like we've got, again, we're landing in Salt Lake City, runway 16 right. The localizer frequency 111.9er, and that is set and confirmed. Approach course 164 set and confirmed. We have a landing elevation of 4,227 feet. We have a decision height of 200 feet. We're expecting to pick up the glide slope at rough, which is 22.4 miles away from the airfield. And we need to be at or above 9,000 feet for that. And the plan is to just take it out there, and I think we'll probably start making that turn inbound at about 10,000 feet, just so we can make sure we do have a glide slope that is alive, and we have a localizer that is alive. So that is good to see. 16 right is 12,000 feet in length, and we'll be making a left-hand turn to head to the North Cargo area, hopefully on Alpha 6, but maybe Alpha 5 or Alpha 4. There are two high-speed exits to the left-hand side there. If we do have to go missed approach, the missed approach procedure, well, since we don't have ATC, what we're probably going to do is just jump right back in a right-hand traffic pattern. The official missed approach procedure would be to climb to 4,800 feet, then make a right-hand turn and climb to 8,100 on a 300 heading, and head out to the Tango Charlie Hotel VOR. That's the Wasatch VOR, and hold. But like I said, I'm sorry, out to the Staco intersection and hold. But like I said, we'll just jump in a right-hand traffic pattern. We'll fly the go-around of shame and come back in behind Cargo Fire, who I'm sure will butter this landing. All right, that's the approach brief complete.
Salt Lake City traffic, Alaska 788, 25 miles out inbound for the ILS 16 right, Salt Lake.
And Alaskan traffic, north or south of the field?
25 miles north of the field, Alaska 788.
Roger. FedEx 816, we're 19 north of the field. We're going to go ahead and extend our downwind here. We're northbound at 12,000 feet, and we will be number 2 on the approach for 16 right. So we'll get out there, we'll get leveled off at 10,000 or at 9,000, and then we'll turn inbound. So he's coming, we should see him.
And Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 3069, about 18 miles from the Wasatch VOR to the north. We're also going to extend our downwind following the UPS to Salt Lake.
We'll get everything worked out there. Hopefully we'll see him here soon. It sounds like maybe he's already buzzed by us here.
Go around of shame.
Go around, yeah. Yes, the go around of shame.
I'll keep the speed up for you guys.
Don't, whoops. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just fly your flight. We're in no hurry.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll get to 9,000, and I'll probably take this out. Again, we were 22.4 was where our initial approach fix is. I think I'll take this out to 30 miles, and then we'll make our turn inbound. That should put us plenty, 5 or 6 miles behind this guy. And Alaska traffic, a quick position report.
15 miles north of 16 right, Alaska 788.
Thank you very much. Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 816 is turning right base to intercept the 16 right localizer. FedEx or Salt Lake traffic. I guess it's not really, you're not really turning right base if you're not flying a visual, right? I mean, maybe you are, I don't know. We're so far away now that we've lost our localizer and our glide slope. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll just kind of, maybe we'll just even keep the turn going here and just try to fly about 120.
You should be able to find the Wasatch VOR.
Yeah, I do have that as far as, yeah, I guess I do have that on nav too, don't I? 1680. How close am I? Oh yeah, there we are. So that'll get us in the neighborhood for sure. In fact, I'll go ahead and just click on the. Oh gosh, guess what I forgot to do? Altitude select. So I'm down here at 8,000 now. Oops. That's okay. We're below the glide slope, which is what's important. Put some power in. We can start to increase a little bit of power here, so we don't get too slow. But we need to try to get down below 200 so that we can start putting our flaps in. And let's see here. My landing. We're going to be flaps 30, ref 127. Alright, we'll fly toward that Wasatch VOR until we are a little bit closer to 22-ish miles. Let's see if we're picking up that localizer yet. And yeah, I think we might be. Alright, let's go back to heading mode here.
Salt Lake City traffic.
Slowing down.
Is short final 16 right, Salt Lake.
Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 816 is extended final now 28 miles north of the field, 16 right. Okay, so back over to the localizer frequency. Nope, still don't have the localizer, but the glide slope is in. And speed's coming down nicely. We're through 10,000. We need to go ahead and put the lights on here. And we'll set our auto brakes to medium. I think officially you can start throwing flaps in at 220, so we're in that range right now. There's our localizer popping in here, and we appear to be slightly, well, that feels like it's reverse sensing. Feels like it's reverse sensing. Yeah, I feel like the Wasatch VOR is kind of to the east of the field there. So I feel like I'm not believing that. I'm just going to kind of stay on where we're at here. Okay. Hold about 200 here. Oh, there we go. All right, very good. That's more like it. So we're a little bit left of course. We'll correct. Yeah, well, we're quite a ways left of course actually. But again, we were aiming for the Wasatch VOR, since that was really our only navigational aid we had to help us get headed in the basic direction. But we're far enough away. We're 20 miles away, so we have plenty of time to correct here, and we may end up seeing the field. Okay, speed is checked. We're gonna go flaps 5. Try to get that nose down. I don't want to be getting too pitchy here.
Alaska 780 clear of 16 right only.
Still don't see it. On the other side of the water here. That needle ought to be moving here anytime. Well below the glide slope, which is good. Try to keep our speed up a little bit here. 180 to 5 DME is kind of a typical request from ATC. The thing about this plane is similar to the 737-200 is it gets kind of pitchy, and once that nose gets up, it's sort of hard to get it back down. All right, there we go. There's our needle moving. So we'll arm the approach, and looks like we're going to capture the glide slope. And once I see the field, we will. There it is. All right. And Salt Lake traffic. FedEx 816 is established on the 16 right localizer, 15-mile final. Salt Lake traffic. Okay. Time to make a mess of things here. I'm ready to fly. Got the autopilot off. We're going to just hold level here at 7,300 because we blew right past 9,000. But we're going to hold level here and let the glide slope come in. Initially, we were supposed to pick up the glide slope at 24 miles out, but again, since we sort of screwed that up, that's not what's going to happen. Okay, speed check. We're going to go flaps 10. Alright, I've got the radio and nav set. The landing lights are on. Reffing at 127. Taxi light, runway light, all that stuff is on. Auto brake is set. Flaps are coming in here. Here's the glide slope. I'd like to nurse it down to about a 140-ish, kind of on that last 5 miles there, if we could. I'd like to be fully configured at 7. So we're at 10. Go ahead and go flaps 25. And we got a little bit over the glide slope there.
Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 3069, 14-mile final, 16 right, number 2, Salt Lake.
Perfect, perfect. Alright, there's 9 miles. Haven't quite held my 180 to 5 DME very well. Sorry about that, Cargo Fire.
I'll go for final approach speed.
Thanks, man. Alright, coming up on 7. We're going to go ahead and go flaps 30 and gear down. One, 2, 3 green, flaps 30, fully configured for landing. 140, I'm right on the dot with my speed. A little bit high on the glide slope, correcting. Localizer showing I'm a little bit left of the localizer. Am I lined up on the taxiway here? What the heck? I am lined up on the taxiway. Excuse me, Mr. Harrison Ford. You must land on the actual runway there, sir. Yeah, I've ended up way too high. Doggone it. You would think this S-turn would help me out. Alright, Cargo Fire, you didn't see that.
Nah, we saw nothing.
That's the thing, man. The pressure of flying with the big time streamer, man. You can't make mistakes like that, or you'll never hear the end of it. Which is as it should be, honestly. And I wish I could tell you that's the first time I've ever done that, but it's not. Alright, we're still just a little bit high, you guys. It's just going to kind of be one of those landings.
Sure you're headed for the runway?
50-50.
500.
Fair enough.
400. 300. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Land that nose nice and softly if I can. There we go. And reversers.
Holy cow. Who is this guy?
I'm not off the runway yet. Downwind sim, don't jinx me.
It's gotta be the reindeer mug. Or the moose mug.
Alright, we're going to take, I think this is Foxtrot 4. Yeah, nope, or Alpha 5. Alpha 5, sorry.
Cargo Fire, where's your landing? Can we watch that?
Yeah, right now, short final, 4 miles.
Yeah, Salt Lake traffic. FedEx 816 is clear of 16 right. Alright, so we need to go back a ways here, I believe. And we'll drive this way. We'll drive this way so we can watch Cargo Fire, show you how it's done. Let me pull up a taxi chart so I can verify where I'm going. North Cargo here. Yeah, I gotta head up a little bit further. And okay, so hopefully we'll be able to see him. In the meantime, let's clean up flaps. There he comes. Go outside here and have a look-see. Whoops, easy, easy. Oh, nice and stable as always. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice, my friend. Very nice. And I got to turn right here, I believe. Okay, landing lights coming
Not that
off.
I'm keeping track, but I think he used less runway than you did.
Well, I think he managed to speed a little bit better than I did. So, yeah, I kind of thought in the landing contest today I'd have a shot at being in the top 2. And I think that's what happened. But I'll take it. I will take it. So we will do just a quick break out of the cockpit. I'm going to change aircraft. We're going to hop over into the AnyBuilds A300. I'm going to go get another Diet Pepsi. And so it'll just be 1 second. We will take a look at the Volanta touchdown report and see just how bad it was. And yeah, we'll be on our way to Denver here shortly. So if you want to join us, again, we're here at Salt Lake City. We're going to be flying a cargo plane from Salt Lake to Denver. It's going to be about an hour, or maybe a little bit over an hour, over the top of the mountains. Very beautiful flight, and we're flying with cargo fire. But we'd love to have you also join us if you'd like. We'll be up in the North Cargo area here at Salt Lake City. And yeah, would be fantastic if you wanted to join us. So landing lights off, runway turn off lights can also come off. The window heat can be turned off. Probe heat also be turned off. At this time, flaps are cleaned up, speed brake is retracted, TCAS, and weather, let's see, weather is off. Again, it's not functional, unfortunately, in X-Plane, which is a bummer. I don't know that I ever did go, I think I just stayed on, yeah, I never did go to TARA, so that was a mistake in the checklist on my part. And then we need to come over here and we go to ground and depressurize the plane. I feel like that should be a little bit earlier in the checklist, but I'm just kind of going off of what FlyJSim crew recommends. So, all right, how are we doing? Clear on the right, clear on the left.
Thanks, Slayer T and now South Miami, for hanging out. Have a good night.
Yeah, guys, and I apologize. I was not very interactive there on the last little bit, but I also concur. Thank you so much for chilling. And Channing 613, thank you as well for the cheer bits there, buddy. I'm so sorry I didn't welcome you earlier on, and normally I'd have something to toast you with, but skull, my friends. And yeah, thank you so much. I was just trying to take a shortcut. Bliss was saying, yeah, I was trying to make it more challenging. Really, I was trying to land on the taxi route, or the taxiway, because it would not only be a shortcut, but it would be much more challenging. Slayer, thank you for the compliment on that landing. By the way, we'll see. We'll see what the numbers say. But I do feel like I got it down on the center line pretty well, and I got it down in the touchdown zone pretty well, which are kind of the two most important things that I'm shooting for. The speed might have been a little bit high, so might be kind of a bigger number, but it wasn't bad all the way around. Let's see, who else did I miss besides Slayer and Al heading to bed there? Jay Smitty's saying, gonna fire up the B-25 for the first time. Very nice, my friend. Do I turn in here? How do I get to this cargo area? And then, yeah, somebody else was saying Miss Piggy, taking Miss Piggy to Denver. Who said that? I thought I saw that too. Downwind Sim, yeah. Slayer was asking about the next plane. Yeah, Miss Piggy, A300 to Denver. If you join, though, fly whatever you want, man. Whatever you want to haul cargo in, it would be fine with us. So I think I probably should have taken that turn back there, but you know what? So be it. Not going to get the APU started. I'm not worried about that. You know, it's daytime here. I probably don't need to have any of this stuff on. Certainly don't need the logo light on. But yeah, we'll just kind of find a spot in here, shut her down. We'll change planes. While the new plane's loading up, I'll take my break, and we will, well, before the new plane loads up, we'll take a look at the Volanta touchdown report, see how we did, and then we'll transition to part 2. Already had a fun flight. Looking forward to the second half here. I'm cooking here. Not sure why I'm in such a hurry. That would be the inner marker. Let's turn that down. We'll just take this first spot right here. I think this will work. Yep, there's the FedEx light, or the FedEx sign, I should say. There's our marshaller. He's liking what he's seeing here. Alright, that will work. Parking brake set, and just kill the engines. We're not going to go through a super complicated shutdown here. We'll just do the basics. And yeah, I realize this is not the order, but we can get a few of this stuff, a few of these things shut off. Okay, that looks good there. Galley packs, those would be opened up again. That should have been turned off a long time ago. All right, everything there I think looks fine. Overhead panel, pretty much are good to go. Last few lights coming off. No, those are turning on. I don't want that. Off, 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 off. And then the passenger signs. Oh gosh, I never did turn those on either. Holy cow, I missed a lot. I missed a lot. That's all right. And one more here that'll really help us all. Battery off. Okay, awesome. Well, there you go. And there's Cargo Fire right on cue. He looks like a 757, I think. For some reason, I do not have the 727 livery, or the 727 CSL file, I should say. Let's see. Let's end this flight. Let's review it. Let's take a look at the numbers here. And oh, it doesn't have anything here. All right. Well, never mind. Even better. Oh, there we go. Ooh, man. Wow, 98. That ain't bad. And 131. My speed wasn't actually too bad either. And then again, if you combine that with actually being somewhat on the center line and in the touchdown zone, that was all in all not too bad. But the approach was probably makes the entire landing about a D plus. Al South. Oh, he already said that. Bedtime for him. Yeah, sounds good. So, but good landing, poor approach, good landing. Let's switch planes. And my goodness, Cargo Fire, are you exhausted, man? Cargo Fire, you doing all right, buddy?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll just take me a second, and I will be ready to rock. Want the FedEx livery? Maybe I don't have Pratt & Whitney FedEx. Okay, I'm gonna have to do the other one here. Back to I'm gonna have to do the GE's. Passenger, no GE. Wait a second. There it is. FedEx. Salt Lake City, and again we ended up way up here at this first one, FedEx 4. All right, and 12, yeah, 11, roughly. We'll call that good. We'll start that. Give me 1 second out of the cockpit, and I'll be right back. We'll be going on leg number 2. Talk to you in a couple. Okay, looks like the aircraft has loaded in. And let's see here. Connect. Still UPS 816. We're going to stay with that, but we're A306 freighter. And all right. Bliss 9, we're in the A300 now. But you could fly whichever plane you wanted to. And a little more modern livery there for our friend Cargo Fire, although again that's just a CSL deal. But let me pull up a checklist. And I also need to pull up a quick sim brief, just so I know how much fuel I need. Do have the route. If you want to fly along with us, this is what we're planning. And since there's no ATC, I'm pretty sure we're going to be cleared on this route. Target 2 to Purdy, then Longs 2 off of the camper transition. And sim brief is being dumb. Now it's making me log back into Navigraph again. I never did log out, but oh well. I've got a fresh Diet Pepsi, so I don't care. Salt Lake City to Denver. A300F freighter. There we go. That's what comes up with. Generate the flight plan. And we be ready. We need battery power. 1, 2, 3. We need to go ahead and make sure that our IRSs start to align. 1, 2, and 3. Kind of keep tabs on that as we go. Nav light. There. I'm going to go ahead and use an APU start here today. I'm not going to worry about ground power. Skip a step, make it a little bit quicker. And yeah, hopefully anyway. While that's firing up, let's come over here and let's go to our ground ops. Let's go to our load manager. We need block fuel of 11.5, I believe. And cargo is going to be, what's it give us here? SimBrief sometimes is weird about this as well. Cargo, 33 tons. Oops. Come on, baby. Why are we not doing that? Load fuel. Oh, gosh. 33 down here. Sorry. Okay, so a little over half full. We'll load that as well. And okay, that looks good. That looks good. Center of gravity is going to be 30, so that'll help us out a little bit here as we're kind of getting things fired up. We need to put in our departure and arrival airport, Salt Lake City to Denver. The alternate, I believe, they give us kind of all the time is Colorado Springs. I'm almost positive that's what our alternate is. Yep. Charlie Oscar Sierra. Whoops, Align IRS. Okay. Alternate Colorado Springs. Beautiful. They don't give you a cost index, so I just go with 44 because I don't know why. We are going to attempt to hit 350. That's going to be a challenge in a short flight, but who knows? We might be all right. Pretty sure with my advanced piloting skills, I'll be able to get there with no problem at all. And cruise winds, let's see, top of cruise we're forecast right now at 308 and 36. There we go. That looks good there. Next page, again we had block fuel. Block fuel was, I think, 11.4. Just confirming that. 11.5 I think is what we had. And then zero fuel weight should have been 117.7. Okay, that's good. Center of gravity was 30. Pretty typical for a short flight like this. Alright, I think that looks good. Let's just go back to that first page. Salt Lake to Denver, Colorado Springs, 44350 FedEx. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so we can send to takeoff. Perf. We're going to pull up information here for Salt Lake City. And I'm going to just assume that we're taking 16. We'll take 16 left because we're on that side of the airfield. Let's request the ATIS. It'll give us all the information that we need. There we go. Configuration slats 15 departure. And that'll give us all of our V speeds and our flex temp and our trim. There we go. Alright, good deal, good deal. That is all hunky and dory. What are we doing here? Still in align mode, but we're getting close. Alright, we're getting close. I've got my flight config all set up here. I've got ground ops all ready to go. I've got all this stuff here. I can't really put in anything as far as V speeds and all that until I get all set up. Looks like everybody's done and closed up, so that's good. Didn't really have any fuel to put on board, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and do this. We can turn some lights on. It is a dark cockpit. It just is that old school kind of dark, shadowy cockpit, which is really cool. I like it because it has a lot of really good lighting. I have some of my planes that have this same kind of old dark cockpit, but they don't they don't have the backlighting to really allow you to see things. So I do greatly appreciate this plane in that regard. Same thing with the AnyBuild's A310. You're going to see a lot of similarities. Now I know the hardcore, the purists are going to tell you, oh, it's way different. It's not. It's beautifully not, and it's a good thing because all Airbuses essentially have a very similar kind of thought process to them. So you can really enjoy a lot of different Airbuses and not have a huge learning curve. Now this one and the A310 are drastically different from like the A320, the more modern Airbuses, because they have a lot of Boeing isms in their flows, but this setup and the A310 setup very, very similar. Alright, still aligning, but we're close. We're down to 2 here. When that gets down to 0, we'll be in good shape. Let's see, can we do any tests here? I don't know if we can or not at this point. The loop test, I think all that does is turn that off, and it won't do anything until we have all of our power established anyway. Cockpit voice, that needle will move up there. You can see a little bit. Yep. It's a little bit of a check. Everything else there I think is good. We could arm the emergency lights and turn the APU bleed on. Annunciators, check. Windshield. I think that's about all the fun tests we can do on this plane right now. Just about. We're just about there, guys. All right. Let me pop over, take this opportunity to jump back in the chat here. I know it's been one of those nights I've been in and out, and thanks for hanging out with us here as well. Boeing isms, that is right, Bliss9, right? This is kind of the combination. You know, it has a lot of those things that you would find in a Boeing that you don't find in later Airbuses as far as their setup and things like that. But I think that's kind of cool. One of the biggest Boeing isms that I like about this plane is the fact that it employs a full-on 629-pound yoke that you have to fly with, which is, I think, way cool. All right, I think we might be aligned, boys and girls. So that means we should be able to come up here. Oh, you know, one thing we should have done is we should have turned that on. But we can do pitch trim, yaw damper, and ATS now, which is groovy. And we can set all these V speeds. Well, we won't set the V speeds, but we will. We can send this data to the FMS. We'll set a V2 of 175, 48, and 1. 175, 48, and 1. Flex takeoff 48, and then trim right at 1. It might already be there. Nope. It's 0, so trim's at 1. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, that looks good. So we need to quickly, you know what? While we're doing that, let's get the.
Show me where you want to go.
We're right there. We're gonna back up in Cargo Fire's way here.
Ground to cockpit.
We're gonna force him to wait on us. He's been waiting on us already a bunch. Let's take a moment though, and let's brief this departure.
I've just been getting set up here.
All right, I'm trying to hustle as best I can.
No worries, you're good. I'm still finishing up here with the APU start.
All right, cool, man. Okay. Oh, I just pushed the Windows button. I don't want that. So the rugged to departure. Let's go. Let's brief that together, shall we? There it is. Turn that guy, and what did I do? Turn it the wrong way? I think I did. All right, there we go. So
okay. All doors, hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
So we will be departing to the south, and as you can see, we need to make a right-hand turn and fly back to the north to the Bubby intersection. And then we'll head to Rugged, and then I believe we are on. We're looking for Purdy. So yeah, we go to there. So all of this will be taking place via the flight management computer. I mean, we'll hand fly it probably to Bubby, maybe even to Rugged. Yeah, we'll see how we're feeling. But anyway, that's our track right there for the departure. So we just need a standard minimum climb of 500 feet a minute to 9,700, which is very doable for us, and then flight altitude, a top altitude of 230. So I'm going to go ahead and set all of that business here. I think from past experience here, I think they give you the, on departure, fly heading, blah blah blah. Let me go to page 2 here and let's just see what it says. Climb right on a heading between 280 and 340 as assigned by ATC. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. We want to hit Bubby at or above 11,000, and then we track 054 to Rugged. All right, good deal. So I'll probably just set runway heading, and then we'll just sort of wing it on our way up to Bubby. 23,000 is, whoa, 23,000 is the top altitude. 11 is really our critical one, 11 at Bubby. And the FMC will put all that in for us. .163 is already set as the heading, so we'll leave that alone. And all right, I think we are ready for some flight planning out. We have a couple more things to do here. Actually, up here we need to go ahead and make sure all the smoke detectors are off. I could have done the loop test on that. Ooh, cool. And then we'll put the probe heats on right now. And we also can turn on the fuel pumps while we're up here. That might be a little early in the process, but it doesn't affect us too much. Okay. Nav occur upgraded. That's good. That means we have all of our V speeds and all that good stuff has been sent over. Received company takeoff data. There you go. And GPS primary. All that stuff is good. We're going to do flight plan. We're going to go select SLC. We're going to select the SID. We are 16 right. We are rugged 2. And we are Purdy. Where are you, Purdy? Must be down there. You are, Purdy. Very good, very good. We'll insert that. Then we will go to Denver. Denver. We'll pull up the digital ATIS for Denver. It looks like the Mile High City is winds are 230 at 8. So they'll be landing south. Yeah, 17 right. Sorry, 16 right, 16 left, 17 right. So for us, man, oh man, let's see. For us, it would be awesome. Yeah, we'll plan 17 right. That puts us right down there at the cargo area. So heck yeah, why not? 17 right. Save the company some fuel and taxiing. Longs 2 with the camper transition. That's our type, the camper transition. Downwind sim, that camper transition, that's our type of transition, isn't it? Downwind sim may be off to bed already.
Oh, I can't be. I can camp. Still here. Alright.
Let's see. 17 right. I'm looking at the what we're coming in on. Probably the I think probably the Kaylee or Tishner here. I'm going to put the Kaylee in there. We'll see what that looks like. Alright, that is in. We'll have a little discontinuity here, I'm sure. Yep, so we'll go clear. Click on that. And let's go down. Let's step through our flight plan here just to make sure it looks okay before we go anywhere. Okay, so we're departing to the south, and then we're gonna vector ourselves around to the right. It's gonna have a little bit of a jump here. We'll get to Bubby. We need to be at or above 11,000, and they have 17,000 in there already, so the computer will be helping us out if we happen to go there. Then rugged, then we kind of head to the east, Hertz and Purdy. Over the top of the mountain we go. Longs, Flannel, Kaylee. Yep, that's perfect. That's perfect. On down into 17 right. Awesome. Okay, back to the map. I'm the map. Get all that set. Sweetness.
Wiper, no swiping.
Alright, all that stuff is on. And we are connected. The ground service is connected. We can put the beacon on because it's time, my friends. It's time to push back. So to press the parking brake
pushback,
and
go ahead, start the engines.
Awesome. Can do. Transponder needs to go to TARA. I haven't done that yet. Use 2000 since there's no ATC. There is no ATC. I should confirm that. You never know. Somebody might pop on here. Nope, no ATC, unfortunately, where we're going either. So, you know, that is sometimes how it goes. Okay, fuel quantity, we're just going to confirm that one last time. We should be a little over 11,000. So there's 3 and 3 is 6, 7-ish, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, that looks good. We'll crank, let's crank A today. And starter number 2 is turning. I don't know about you, Cargo Fire, but the first time I started this plane and I heard those the deep bass of this engine, and I swear it was vibrating my Diet Pepsi across my desk. I had it cranked up so loud. I'm like, oh yeah, we got something with this baby. Almost a 20. I have it turned down a little bit there, guys, so you can't really hear that. But
you're definitely gonna love the Flight Factor 767.
Nice, nice. I have the 757, but I don't have the 76.
Yeah, I think if I remember, I think both the 76 and the A300s shared the same engines.
Yeah, I'm a fan of these engines, man. They're pretty fun. All right, he's probably
operation complete. Set the parking brake.
Okay, brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Kind of spinning up, winding up. There we go. There's a little ka-chunk. A nice smooth transition to the engine generator. Okay, we can start number 1 now. Spinning up again, looking for 20. Give him the thumbs up. You're out of here, dude. There's 19, and there's 20. Very good, very good. Spinny, spinny.
Tow is disconnected. Bypass pin's been removed. Hand signal on the right. She's all yours, Captain.
Got a little fuel flow. Got the oil pressures. Temps coming up like they should be. Getting into EGTs coming up. We're going to spike about 430, I think. Nope, a little more. A little more. 465. Oh wow, we're getting up there. And one's going. I honestly have no idea what that spike's at. I'm just trying to guess like I know what I'm doing. All right, there's number 2. I'm sorry, there's number 1 also started. So we can go ahead and turn the ignition off. And let's just double check, make sure, whoops, that we're making good power here on the essentials. Gen 1. Yes, indeed. Gen 2, that's good. All those are looking good. And so we can turn things off. I should have had this on APU power here, and that would have told me what we have there. And then when we flip it, then you can see it comes up. AC comes up, so you know you're making power, so that you can feel confident in turning off your APU and not shutting the aircraft down. Arm the spoilers. We're going to set the slats to 15, and then we're going to also do a quick control check. Light controls. Full right, full left, rudder right, rudder left, full up, and full down. And stabilizer set for, stab trim set for 1. That looks good. That looks good. Back to the engine. And oh, the other thing I need to do, I can turn the APU bleed off, and it's already taken over for me, which is kind of nice. I think our temperatures are okay. It'll cool off, I think. And I lost count the number of times I accidentally shut down the plane. Yeah, by switching off the APU. Yeah, Bliss, I do that in the 757. Excuse me. It's got a funky transition, and I mess it up like every other time. So I'm with you, buddy.
Yes, the 757.
It's just I don't know why.
I do that every single time I start it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's kill the GPU. Oh, and we just killed everything.
All right, I think we're ready for taxi here. I'm gonna go for it.
Let's see the moose mug one more time. A little close up there.
How you like that, guy? Again, it holds about 2 fluid ounces of liquid, but which is
mighty fine.
That's what you want though when you're drinking eggnog, because you can't drink too much eggnog. You know, you make yourself sick. All right, parking brake is off, and we are ready to taxi. Yeah, we're pretty much straight out.
Chevy Chase, right? Yep. Hashtag Chevy Chase. You've got him.
You guys know the drill. It's good. It's good. So we so far have not done a ton of Christmas movie binge watching, but we have watched A Christmas Story, and my wife was trying to find Elf earlier today, and I think we got one of the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeers watched. So we're on our way. It's still early. It is still November, so we have time. You got to kind of pace yourself a little bit. I have watched some football, a little NFL, a little college football, and yeah, so it's just kind of been a nice mix. I've eaten everything that hasn't been nailed down to the counter, that's maybe not been so good, but that's okay. It's once a year. All right, we will set. We're gonna climb out of here. We'll set profile. No, we'll climb out on heading. Select and no, profile's good. Profile and heading. Sorry, profile is the vertical nav, and the heading is the lateral navigation. Salt Lake City traffic. FedEx 816 is lining up 1/6 left. Salt Lake traffic. I keep wanting to say Boise. Anybody on final? I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not hearing anyone, and they're not hearing me either. So I just realized I did something wrong. So before I jump out in front of somebody, on this plane you actually have to turn the comms on. So that's on. I don't think you have to turn that on, but I'll turn that volume up. There we go. Yeah, that would be bad. So actually, we'll just treat this as kind of a get ready to take off deal. On, all that's on. Strobe can come on to auto. Continuous relight for the starter or for the ignition, and we got to go max braking here for the auto brake. Flaps are set. We should turn the terrain radar on. That does work. And what doesn't work, unfortunately, is the weather radar. But we'll turn it on. We'll pretend it works. We'll turn it on over here for the first officer. Anti-ice not required. And we better start the chrono. Click. Okay. Salt Lake traffic. FedEx 816 is departing runway 16 left. Will be a right-hand downwind departure, and then heading eastbound. Ultimately, Salt Lake traffic. takes a minute to get going. Let's see, I've got the Toga sweet spot right there. I think I have a key mapped on my Bravo. I can't remember. I have one mapped on the A310 and not the A300, or vice versa. And I never can quite remember. We'll go ahead and come out here, and we'll use all the runway we can. Again, the thing I learned about this whole, use every bit of runway, I always thought it was for the takeoff roll, and I didn't realize it's actually to give yourself the ability to do a rejected takeoff. So we'll take it. Yeah, we're ready. Here we go. Stand them up. Two good engines.
That'd be the takeoff roll of shame.
Yes, perhaps. Indeed. And we'll go flex. Wait, did I get my flex set? Okay, there we go. Flex temp set. I switched that. I didn't mean to do that. Takeoff roll of shame. Man, it just takes forever to get going. I just love it. It's like, I'm an old man. There we go. Takeoff power set, airspeed alive. 80 knots.
This is the section where you think you're just
the
ride of death.
Getting a little nervous, and then you're like, okay, we're good. You realize 12,000 foot runway. V1, VR. Positive rate indicated, and gear coming up. Immediate right hand turn. Should have probably looked over there to make sure no one was over there. Salt Lake City traffic, FedEx 816 is turning right, downwind runway 16 left, climbing through 5,000, Salt Lake traffic. Okay, up and away. Let's increase our range a little bit here so we can maybe pick up our place that we're supposed to go to. Again, we need to be 11,000 by the time we get to our first intersection, buggy or whatever that was. Okay, flaps coming up.
Salt Lake traffic, FedEx 3069, departing runway 16 left, following the UPS, Salt Lake.
Yeah, doing good. We'll get going basically north here. I mean, here we go. And let's see if I can actually click a couple of buttons here and get heading where we're supposed to head. Whoa, easy, 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 easy. Bubby, that's right. Yeah, get a little slow. Let me nose down a little bit, get some airspeed built up. We don't need to be climbing at 4,000 feet a minute. So here comes Bubby, and we're gonna just try to intercept that. And I'll probably just keep hand flying it. We go Bubby to Rugged, and then we go Rugged to down to Hertz, and then Hertz out to Purdy through 10,000 feet, so we can go ahead and turn off lights. We turn offs can come off, continuous ignition can come off. It's a beautiful valley. No doubt about it. Do we see cargo fire back there yet? Might be a little too far away. If you are just joining, wondering what's going on with this late night flight out of my channel, we are doing a special cargo flight with special guest Cargo Fire over in the voice channel. We flew from LA to Salt Lake City in the FlyJSim 727 FedEx version there, the 200 freighter, and now we're taking the AnyBuilds A300 freighter from Salt Lake to Denver. Kind of a hometown to hometown type of flight here, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been even more fun because we've had the mad scientist, the Mr. Big City, Mr. VR Downwind Simulations has also been in the chat providing comedy relief, as he does always. And anyway, yeah, Jimmy Stewart. It's still a wonderful life. You still enjoy It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, Jimmy Stewart's classic, man. He does such a nice job with that. And then let's see what else. The other ones. Hey, guess who didn't set his altimeter? Pretty much pro at this, honestly, guys. I mean, it's embarrassing. I'm so good. Mr. Checklist. That's got to be my next emote. I need somebody who can make me a Mr. Checklist
He has
emote.
2 thumbs and didn't set his altimeter. This guy.
Into the clouds we go. Into the clouds we go. With the miry and ours foe. Something like that. Isn't there a church hymn that something about mighty triumph over his foes or something like that? Haha, Mr. City.
Yeah, that'd be
up from the grave he arose. Yeah. Arose such a clatter. So anyway, yeah, there's some good ones you got to watch, including obviously It's a Wonderful Life, and then Christmas Story or Christmas Vacation, Elf, gosh, Santa Claus. I mean, there's so many good ones. Holy moly. Holy moly.
Now, when you're talking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, are you talking the old Rankin Bass stop motion versions?
Yeah. We actually found one. Connie dialed one up on Netflix today
with
that was even older than that. Yes, this is the Clarice one that we like. Yes. But she found one that was even older than that. I'm like, holy moly. How did you do that, lady? Alright, so I think, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think maybe I can go, we're going to rugged right now. Direct to rugged. Insert. Oh yeah, there we go. I can go to nav, I can turn the autopilot on. Might be a little bit late. That might be a kind of a tough turn here, but that's all right. We get that beautiful sweeping right-hand turn. Ah, so lovely. Volumetric clouds.
Bacon.
John, I have many names for our friend Downwind Aloysius Kuhn. All right, well we definitely hit our altitudes here that we needed, and we're clear of obviously the mountains. The only mountain we'd crash into right now would be Mount Everest, but there's nothing here much over 15,000 in this part of the Rockies. Let's go ahead and take a look at the after takeoff checklist. We should have climb power set, and we do. We are in frequent icing range. I probably could have tossed in the anti-icing, but we're not in visible moisture, so we're not going to. We are through 10,000. We've got the external lights. We're through 18,000. We have the altimeter set to standard Gear is stowed and checked. Flaps are up and confirmed. And after takeoff / climb checklist is complete. I feel like I am. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Charlie Brown Christmas. Yes, Bliss. That is a good one. I can remember the pressure. So I didn't grow up with cable, right? So the pressure of having to make sure you first of all knew when the Charlie Brown Christmas show was going to air, and then making sure you were there for it, because there were no reruns. None of this,
Yeah.
you know, run it 5 times.
You were home on time.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean
Dinner
it.
was early that evening, so
Yeah.
you could sit and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of pressure. It's no wonder my generation is messed up. I had all this stress growing up. 2 channels. I had it rough, dude. Oh, they had the TV Guide subscription. Now that right there was, yeah. Whenever I went to a friend's house that had that, I was the same way, man. I was trying to do my homework, see what's mostly.
Talk about Mr. Big City.
Yeah, mostly what I would see are shows I couldn't watch, because we had, like, literally I had two TV channels, and Rob.
Yeah, but did your parents make you get up and change the channel?
Yes, and more than that.
Oh, that was professional channel changer.
But more than that, I got this one on you, I think, Ralph. So I had to go out, and we had the rabbit ears that you put on top of your house, right, to pick up your channels, and we had to, if we wanted to change the channel, not only we have to change channel on TV, but I have to go out and I'd have to turn. We had this big metal pipe that ran down the side of our house, and I had to turn that pipe so that the antenna would turn and face the TV, whatever was transmitting. And my dad would stand on the porch, and he'd be like, "Yeah, a little more, nope, back, there you go." And every once in a while, if you got it just right, it would come in color, man, and you were like so happy about that. But yeah, that was my job, rain or shine. Change the TV to channel 13 and then go out and move the antenna so we could pick it up.
Rain or shine, hot or cold, you were the guy?
Yes, I was, man. I had my boots at the ready, because it did not matter what time of night, what the weather was. If it had to be done, my brother or I, we were the guys that were getting called. Bliss remembers when he first got cable TV and the remote was cabled. Oh yeah, but that's still, that was big time, man. I was the antenna, yeah. No, we felt good about that. I mean, the first TV that I remember us having, we did the old tinfoil, you know, it was rabbit ears on the inside with tinfoil, and that, you know, that worked okay. That picked up the one channel we could get, but then when we were able to put the outside antenna up, oh man, did that open up a whole world. It gave us a second TV channel. They still, to this day, do not have cable TV in my original hometown where I grew up. The cable company offered to run it one time, and the town folks told them no. Needless to say, I was really bummed out. Ray's the Dollar Bean Pirate has a huge problem. The wing disconnected from the fuselage of a 767 on takeoff roll? And you're tasked to... What? I'm going to have to defer that question. First of all, raise the Ladala Bean Pirate. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. But I'm going to have to defer that question to my friend Cargo Fire, who has extensive experience with the 767 and perhaps could help you troubleshoot your problem. I'm sorry to hear that, though, by the way.
Yeah, that's a very interesting case study. I would probably say check to see if you have the latest version.
So I know Downwind Sim listening is thinking maybe it was a bird strike, huh? Downwind Sim found a way to pop one of the buttons out of the overhead panel on the 757. So this is kind of sounding like a J. Rollin BAE 32 Jetstream type of issue, like he builds in failures just for fun. Check to see. Yeah, I mean, like when you fire up, maybe the 767 isn't the same as the 757, but when you run the 757, if there's an update, it will tell you, and it'll basically force you to update before you can fly the plane. So I would guess and maybe I'm wrong. If I am, I apologize. But that on the 757, if it's the flight factor one you're talking about, maybe if it's not the flight factor, then I can't really speak to anything else. But anyway, that would be the easiest way to figure out if you have the latest version. Yep, Smitty, down with...
time, but this was an older version of the 7.6 that you had, the weather changed, and then I had a huge icing problem, and then I lost control of all systems, and then we ended up dying.
Oh. But am I reading his chat message right? He's saying his wing disconnected? Like fell off? Is that am I not reading correctly here? I'm not a strong reader, so I want to confirm. Is that a feature of the Flight Factor 767? Because that's some serious realism if it is. Alright, so again, like I thought, it was pushed to get all the way up here. I don't know that we're going to get all the way up to 350 because, well, if we do, we're going to have about a 5-mile cruise, and then let's see how close there's top of climb, and yeah, top of climb is there.
At 330 right now.
Top of descent's there. I think I may do that same thing. Alright. I should have maybe climbed out on vertical speed mode instead of profile mode. That's alright. Oh, what? Oh, so he's not talking about the sim. You're talking about a real aircraft? Oh my goodness, Rays. Okay, that's a whole different deal. Call you Jax if it's you. Well, nice to meet you, Jax. So let me go back then, because that's even a more serious issue. the wing disconnected from the fuselage of a 7.6 on its takeoff roll, and it's your job. So did they? So I mean, did that cause? I mean, obviously the wing falling off. That's a like you say, a big deal. Did it cause any other damage to the plane? Did the plane? I mean, it had to be so out of balance that it probably slid off the runway. Was everybody okay? I mean, holy moly, that's a whole different story there. Boeing and the FAA. Oh my gosh, what airport are you at? If you're at liberty to say. Holy cow, Jax, that's crazy. I'm gonna have to look this up and make sure everybody's all right. Surely that's a newsworthy event. It's like the wing hasn't even been mounted to the fuselage yet. Oh, geez, Louise. No damage was caused somehow. The plane was just about to hit V1, but was able to stop on time. Wow, that's some serious pilot skills there. Holy cow. You know, downwind sim, probably what happened is they didn't swap out all the flathead screws for a Phillips head. I'm overspeeding.
I was thinking it, I didn't want to say it, but I'm glad you brought it up because that's a big thing.
Okay, so I'm overspeeding here because I should have gone to cruise mode here. And my plane was thinking I was still trying to climb to 350, so allow me 1 minute while I attempt to rip my wings off the plane as well. Okay. I may have to come off auto throttle here for just a second. Yeah, I think I will. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, I'm pretty much a pro at this flight sim stuff, so you know, you're welcome for the free lesson again. Okay, can't discuss it. It's your job security. Okay, hey, that's okay, man. That's okay. Totally understand that, and I'm sure, like I say, I'm sure we'll catch it on the news and whatever. I'm glad everybody's okay, and yeah, but that's just crazy. And anyway, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on stream and sharing a little bit with us. That's crazy. All right, well, we're top of climb, and you can see top of descent's coming right up. So this is going to be the fastest arrival briefing in the history of. I mean, this is going to be way shorter than my normal, even, which is not very detailed. So longs to. Let's just get a sense of what's going on here. So we will be coming in on the camper transition here to graze on an 087-088 down to bike. We need to be above flight level 270. So I'm gonna just make that my initial kind of altitude here, and here we go again. We're over speeding. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm going to have to, yet again, come off of the auto throttle. Maybe she just wants to go. I don't know. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's go altitude hold, and I'm going to go Mach 0.78 instead of Mach 0.8. That'll keep me safely in the non-overspeed range. All right. Anyway, 270 at bike. Then we're down here to longs between 220 and 190. And then we do have page 2. Longs, where are you, longs? There you go, RNAV. Oh, there's a couple pages. All right. This is the so then, okay, 220 to 190 at longs, and then flannel between 210 and 160. We do have a 250 speed restriction there, so I have to be mindful of that. Then we're coming down here to helmet and skewed between 15 and 13. Again, 250 on the speed. Leaky 1200. And then I think we will take this. Wait a second. Hold on. Nope. We will. Here's our airport. So we'll probably vector ourselves either here at Leaky or at however you say that, X-Cutov. And we're going to be landing south here on 17 right. Let's see what that third page says about this. Probably has a little bit of detail on that if we're landing to that 17 right. There we go. Okay, yeah, from flannel we'll track 092 to cross beyond at 13,000 at 210, then we're going 092 to Swan at 12, then 092 to Kale at 11 at 210, and then yeah, so after Kale is when we'll get that vector. Well, that's when we'll vector ourselves, is after Kale. Okay, I could do that. Can't exactly toss a tarp over it and call it a day. Yeah, you've got one of those jobs, I think, that's never a dull moment, I'm sure, and never the same day twice. So back to business here. We're going to just double check and make sure everything lines up with this arrival in terms of my FMC. So again, at bike we need to be over 270. They got us at 340, so that's fine. And then at longs between 220 and 190, yep, they got us at the top of that. That's fine as well. Flannel, here's where it starts to get a little trickier because we've got some speed restrictions, 250 and 210. Yep, beyond 210 and 130. And then Kaylee 210 and 11, and again that's where we start to that's where we take our potentially could take our vector. But I think what we'll probably just do is, I mean, this essentially takes us right in, as you can see. Well, if I wasn't so zoomed in, it pretty well takes us right where we need to be. Whoops, dang it! Probably won't be able to see it. Nope, aren't going to be able to see it. But what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put in, let's go ahead and put in, where are we going to pick up the glide slope here? At what point in our arrival to runway 17 right? We'll pick it up. Actually, looks like we pick it up all the way out here at Hoop. So let's spin this guy down to 11,000, and we'll kind of see how that treats us on our descent profile. So Cargo Fire, how about at the Cargo Firehouse? What are the movies that are going to be playing here in the upcoming weeks?
Movies. I don't know any specifics, to be honest with you, but there is this one on Redflix. It's about a heist, and I'm looking into that one.
And I armed my BNAV profile here, and I forgot I was in level change, and so it started to descend me, and that was not good. I didn't want that. Let's get back up to 330, then we'll try that again. It's probably not going to be happy with me because I'm gonna put it in profile mode, and everything I have in my flight plan here is if I can adjust my cruising altitude here. Don't know if I can. No, I don't think I can. Oh, I stand corrected.
Bliss, it's Red Notice. It's that one.
Red Notice? Is that the movie, or is that your movie service?
No, that's the movie, which is on Netflix.
Gotcha. I don't know that I've heard about that one, so you have to let me know.
For sure.
Okay, so I'm going to go to profile mode again. It's going to probably not love me, but I'm going to attempt to do this again since we have top of climb is coming here soon, if we're not already past it. Maybe that's why it started to descend. Maybe I'm past it already. I don't think I would be. I think I had a little bit of time. And 11,000. I think since I changed my cruising altitude, it might have changed my top of descent marker. I'm not seeing it now anywhere. Crud. Alright, according to SimBrief, top of descent should take place between Bike and Bivy.
For reference, my TOD is that Bike.
Appreciate that. Alright, so we've got about 43 miles to Bike. Okay, so we should be okay. Maybe I just can't see it because of the altitude. I don't know. Now I've got that's in green. I don't know. I mess up the vertical navigation in this plane on a pretty regular basis. So I'll go ahead. I'll arm it again. We'll just see what happens. Okay, it's still holding steady, which is good. And like the stories of this plane are pretty accurately modeled in that, like, the autopilot sort of works. I mean, it works mostly. I'm trying to remember exactly how they said it, but the altitude hold pretty well does its job. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you read about, or you when you watch videos of these planes. That's what you hear the guys, the phraseology that they use about that or this plane. Mostly functional, does the job. And I didn't help anything by descending early. Well, I didn't help, first of all, by not reaching the initially filed cruise altitude, but I do think I made that adjustment, and so hopefully that'll help out. Yeah, we've got 28 miles to bike. Yeah, see, I have all my cruise altitude set, but it might not have liked that. It doesn't. The one thing about this flight management computer is it does not like a lot of on-the-fly adjustments to your current flight plan. It's like it's recommended if you want to do any editing to your flight plan, it's much better to just set up a secondary flight plan and enter everything into that, and then activate the secondary flight plan and not worry about the initial flight plan. And I learned that the hard way. Just trying to change. Oh heck. Trying to remember where I was at, but I was just trying to change runways, like from 17 left to 17 right, and I just thought, oh, I'll just jump down and I'll make that adjustment. Well, it got rid of everything. I mean, and it just, like I said, just did not like that. And then I did more research about it, and they're like, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. One pilot says, I don't know. Two pilot says, we'll just see what happens. Me, Phil South will. Iowa Scotsman's heading off to bed. All right, my friend. Thanks again for stopping by. Great to see you. Enjoy the remainder of your weekend, sir. And yeah, we'll see you next time. By the way, no stream tomorrow night. That's our normal streaming night, Tuesdays and Saturdays. But since we're picking up this bonus flight tonight, we will not have one tomorrow. We'll be, I'm sure, knee-deep in Legos or something here. Probably knee-deep in more decorations that we're putting away. The girls are off to the big city to do some post-Black Friday shopping and all that good stuff. So the boys are going to be home, and it should be a lot of fun. All right, so I'm gonna see if the profile, if the vertical nav kicks in here when we go past bike. If not, then I will just I'll just probably just vertical speed it down myself at about,
I noticed you
1500
have VDEV on that screen, so that should probably tell you when to start descending.
Yeah. I'm hoping it intercepts it automatically for me, but again, I think I screwed up when I armed it when I was in level change mode earlier. Now it's kind of mad at me. But we'll see. Here we go. We're getting close to it. And past it, and I'm not seeing anything. Yep. Post descent here. There we go. Yeah, I didn't have it in profile mode. How did I not have it in profile mode? Okay. Yeah. On our way down. Well, Cargo Fire, before we get too deep into the approach and arrival and all that stuff, go ahead and tell my viewers kind of what you've got going on your channel, maybe some broadcasts that are coming up, so that folks can set their calendars and be ready to catch you on your streaming days.
Oh, you're too kind, my dude. I normally stream Thursday mornings at 4 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. GMT. Usually Microsoft Flight Sim. I really don't know what I plan for those streams until maybe about the day before, but usually I'll pick something that I haven't flown for a while. Like already, I could probably tell you maybe we'll do some flight in the DC-6 on Thursday mornings. And then on Fridays, those streams run in the evening at around 7 p.m. Pacific, 3 a.m. GMT. And depending on what's going on, we will probably do some Friday night ops action on those in X-Plane.
Nice.
Again, really appreciate you guys allowing me to spend time with you guys and hanging out. You guys are all absolute legends.
Yeah, pleasure's been ours, and we've enjoyed the heck out of it. I mean, this is what we do, right? Downwind Sim. We fly around and chit chat like old men sitting on the porch, man. And we could easily be
solving world problems.
Yeah, we could easily be in a rocking chair right now or in front of a sim. So it's all good. Ooh, picking up some clouds. So I don't think Denver's really reporting any major issues here coming in, guys. The D-ATIS is still saying that we have 10 statute miles of visibility. They're saying a few clouds at 1,200, scattered at 2,200. Altimeter is 3004. And we are getting some icing range, and so, you know, we're going to get into some clouds, so we might as well. We don't have a chance to turn the icing on very often, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do again? You guys have kind of been on your own as far as seatbelts and stuff. You know, I don't, like in the cargo world, like it's not as big of a thing, right? I mean, you've got like somebody in the jump seat probably, but for the most part it's just you and the first officer, and you're pretty well strapped in from the get-go. So I guess that's not the worst, you know, mistake in the world, but still, I probably ought to follow that checklist. Haven't had enough Diet Pepsi, that's why.
Mr. Checklist. Mr. Checklist to you.
I really need that emote. How can we be in Denver and it's not raining? Bliss 9 is asking. Yeah, the weather's been pretty nice down there. You were stationed there for 6 months, and you swear it rained every single night. Yeah, my oldest son and his family live down just north of Denver, and they say it's just been absolutely gorgeous down there, like in the 70s, and it's pretty doggone nice weather, even for this time of year. But yeah, you can get that weather pattern around here in the mountains where you pick up a little rainstorm every night. It can be kind of nice, but not for 6 months straight. I wouldn't want that. Okay, so here we go. Through 18,000, we're coming up on that. I'm going to go ahead and just get a jump on things here. 3004. Whoops. Excuse me. 3004. The arrival has been briefed. Let's go ahead and brief the approach. Yeah, no. The arrival has been briefed. Let's brief the approach. It's runway 17 right at Denver. We have a localizer frequency of 108.5. That is set. And then an approach course of 173. That is also set. We're going to go ahead and arm the ILS on the flight director just so we can see what's going on there. This is a 12,000 foot runway at an altitude of 5,392 feet. Weather is good and the runway is dry. We have a decision height of 200 feet. And that is set. Once and twice. When we land, we're going to try to roll out to the end and hang a right. That will put us down there by the cargo area. We'll be looking for either Mike 4 or Mike 2. But if we go all the way down to the very, very end on Alpha, that'll get us there as well. So depending on how we do, if history holds, we'll probably be carrying a little too much speed, and we'll need to go down there a little ways. But that'll be the plan there if we land successfully. If we do have to go around, I'm going to just enter a left-hand traffic pattern and come right back around and land again on 17 right. And that's the approach briefing. We're heading through 18. And how are we doing? Are we on our profile? We're getting pretty close. I think we need to start taking a little bit of a peek at our speed here. So we should be at 250, and we're slowing down to that. We're getting the drag warning because it's wanting us to help it out, but I think we're going to be able to get down to 250 without too much trouble. We're supposed to be at beyond, we're supposed to be 210 and 13. That's going to be the one that might be a little bit tricky. And but this one here, 210 and 250, yeah, we're already below 210, so it'll level us out a little bit, and that won't be an issue. Kind of a hazy day right now down here.
Denver's always so deceiving to land at because the altitude's so high.
Yeah, and it's fairly flat out where the airport is. You think you're on the plains of Kansas.
Right.
Maybe a Marty Moose mug emote would be appropriate. All right, so again, we're getting down here. Whoops, getting down here to Cayley, and again, this is where we could vector ourselves, but for the most part, this I think takes us pretty well just where we need to go. So I think we're going to stick with it, and maybe we'll pop into heading mode here at Oval. I don't know. We'll see how we're feeling. I feel like we're a little high. We truly do. What are we supposed to be at Cayley? 11,210. Yeah, we're going to be pretty close. We're a little fast is the problem, aren't we? I'm below 2,000. I could throw in a notch of slats here. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Speed checked, and that looks good. And we're a long way still north of Denver. I don't. It's over there, and I only know that because I turned on my winter scenery. So this is snow on the ground at Denver. Denver traffic, FedEx 816, about 20 north of the field, inbound 17 right, Denver. I forgot to tell him 15,000. Doggone it.
Schmitty's got a P-51 about 11 minutes behind you guys.
Oh, yeah. He can eat us up in that lightning. This baby's slow compared to that thing. One day I'll learn how to fly this darn thing. Okay, we're about to make that turn, and we are above the glide slope a little bit here. Still a bit fast. I think we're going to do this. What are we descending at right now? We're going to go about 1,500 on the vertical path here, and we're going to slow it down. Yep, 210. Below 2. If I get it below 215, I could throw out another notch of flaps here. Whoa, where are we going? What the heck are we doing here? Heading mode. I don't know where it was trying to take me.
Hello.
Heading mode. Come on, baby. Where are you going? Where are we going, sweetheart? Where are we going? Heading mode. Heading mode. Heading mode. Okay. My aircraft. Okay.
Piggy's going to the barn.
I guess. I don't know what was happening there, but it was not good. That's alright. We can hand fly this baby in here from about 20 miles out. Take the auto throttle off as well. Second notch of flaps. I mean, we're pretty close, right? It's just a big Cessna. We're way off. We're climbing now. And we're way over the glide slope. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, there's the localizer. Car, right? Yeah, right. We're in good shape here, Smitty. No, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll just nose it down at about 4,000. That's good for the cargo in the back, right? Okay. Through 11 or 1,000 to go till 11. Could take 17 left, but it's like
Melvin's got the go around of shame in him tonight.
It may be coming. It's another very sketchy arrival. We'll see what the approach ends up looking like here, but I tell you what, I've not flown a good arrival tonight yet. However, I am catching up to the glide slope, which is kind of nice. And I'm going to cheat a little bit here. We'll go gear down. Denver traffic, FedEx 816 is 10-mile final, 17 right, Denver traffic. There comes the localizer. And helping my speed out a little bit here. But below 205, I can go another notch. So I will. There's the runway. Yeah, we're pretty close. Just still too high. Just can't quite get myself down. I can go a final notch at 175, so I got to just lose a little bit more speed here. We're not half bad here. Where did I get behind? Right about when I was getting ready to jump into heading mode, there just past Haley, and for some reason it was wanting to turn me left instead of back to the right. So then I got, yeah, that's when I took it over and came out of auto throttle, and anyway, the rest is history. But we're getting closer to being where we're supposed to be. Okay, there's 175. So we flaps 40, slats 30, so we're fully configured. I'm going to go ahead and put the lights on. Oops. Need to put continuous relight on. Need to put the auto brake to medium. Landing gear is down 3 green. And we're just a little bit left of course, correcting, still too high, correcting. Speed's not half bad. Yeah, we're a little slow actually. I think we're reffing at 143. There we go, there's our glide slope.
Here's the glide slope, yes.
Traffic. Clear of conflict.
Thank goodness.
Radio call.
400. Glide slow, glide slow, glide slow, glide slow. 100.
A little high.
40, 30, 20, 5.
Yeah, a little high. A little long. And I'm drifting, baby. Must have been a little bit of a crab angle there, too. Reversers.
Denver traffic, FedEx 3069, 9 mile final,
All right,
runway 17 right, Denver.
Those are stowed. And I think we can grab this next high speed. Yeah, that was a little firmer, but acceptable. I mean,
Touchdown was right on. You're
not
right
too
on the
bad.
center line. You look good.
In the zone. Yeah, I must have just been a little bit crabbier than I thought. Okay, so we're off here at Mike 4. Very good. Anybody coming to our right here? I don't think so. Hard to tell. Denver traffic, FedEx 816, clear of 17 right. Denver traffic. Alright, let's turn some things off. I'm also not going to do a full-on auto or
see if you can bop over to watch cargo fires landing.
Oh yeah. See.
Yeah, still about 4 miles out.
And the winter texture looks kind of nice, but
Cargo fire, you landing on the same runway that Melvin did?
Yes, sir. About 3 miles now.
Denver traffic, Beechcraft 92, Juliet to the taxi runway 26, Denver.
all right. That'll give us a pretty good view. Cargo planes are pressurized. Yes, indeed. If you go around, I might catch you, Smitty said. I figured that lightning would catch up to us no problem. So while we've got cargo fire inbound here, I just want to remind you that, again, no stream tomorrow, but we'll be back on Tuesday. And I've got a end of the month commuter connection flight scheduled. We'll be going from I think we're going Bozeman to Salt Lake City or yeah, back. No, I'm sorry, because we went Salt Lake City to Bozeman last time, so we're going to turn around and come back. Have not decided yet if I'm going to do it in the queue or if I'm going to hop back in the Saab or perhaps even that BAE 146. I haven't quite decided that. I think I might have it on the stream schedule, but I can't for the life of me remember. So, and I'm going to watch cargo fire come on in here. Nice and stable. Right down the middle. In the touchdown zone. Oh yeah, that looked kind of buttery. That looked pretty doggone good. And his speed is managed a little bit better than mine, so he's going to hit about 2 taxiways sooner than me. Nice landing. That guy knows what he's doing, folks. He can make these big birds sing, no doubt about it. All right, so we'll go forward. I think we need to go one more turn here. Minus 83. Wow.
Nice.
Robo, thank you so much and welcome. Minus 83. I don't think I did minus 83. Well, we'll find out here. Okay, I was about to turn off. I think maybe I have already. Weather off. We can go transponder back to just TA. Slats and flaps are retracted. The weather radar off, APU started. I'm not going to start the weather or the APU. We're just going to go straight to shutdown mode. Landing lights, strobes are off. Double check strobes off. Nav logo, I'm going to turn that off as well. I really don't even need taxi lights at this point in time. Wing lights, somehow those got turned on. Very cool. Alright, what is this? Yep, there's a good spot to turn in.
Gentlemen, it's past my bedtime, and it's been nice to visit with both of you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll watch the rest of the stream off of Discord.
Ralph, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, likewise. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Nice to visit with you, Cargo Fire. We'll see you next time.
Ciao.
Denver traffic, Mustang, November 16th, Henry, top 15 miles northeast or northwest, and we'll be joining the, we'll be flying the 17 miles approach, Henry, about.
Oh, he's going to land. That's John there. He's going to land out way out in Kansas on that 17 left. Smitty, I'm surprised you didn't say inbound to strafe the field in that Lightning. We're going to strafe the cargo area. All right, let's get in here. We'll get one more like a little group photo of me and Cargo Fire, and that for from here on out, this will forever be known as that time we flew to Denver. Whoa, food truck! Hey, hello! Ole, 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 ole! I need to go park out here. Feel kind of bad for these rampies out here that don't get any love. Oh, there's no ramp guy out here. Doggone it! I just gonna have to wing it. That ought to be pretty close. How'd I do? Not too bad. We'll take it. We'll take it. Parking brake is set, and like I said, we're gonna just it's gonna just be pure shutdown mode, guys. We're just gonna kind of do a little of this and a little of that. That is oops. Disarmed. Everything here was turned off. Oops, up the beacon. Dome light off. I never did turn the. Oh yeah, I did turn those. I guess those signs on. Yep, those would turn off. We will turn the IRSs off. And batteries off. Pretty much it, my friends. Comes Cargo Fire. Like I said, we're gonna push all the things. It's not as quite as fun as the Felis 747. There's a lot of stuff to push and spin and flip, and it's really nice. But this one's not too bad either. Got the Denver mountains in the background there. This will be a great shot here. It'll be a great shot. I'm going to go ahead and do a new snip here and there. Let him get parked up next to us. Pretty doggone good. Yep. Cargo flying is a lot of fun. And these, of course, are just super short hops for these planes, right? These cargo pilots are used to those 8, 10, 12-hour flights, but you know that's a little tough to do in a flight sim situation, especially if you're trying to stream it. Today was a 4 hours total, and again half as long as what you'd normally do in a plane like this, but it was well worth it because of the good conversation, and again happy to have Cargo Fire along and hanging out with us. And again, Cargo Fire, greatly appreciate you taking some time and staying up late. Holy moly, dude! I mean, you already did a full-on stream yourself, and then you stayed for 4 more hours with me, buddy. I owe you one.
It's all good. My pleasure again. Thanks for making this happen.
All right, buddy. I will let
It's a
you
lot of
get.
fun.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I hope it will not be the last time. Again, I'll send you information on the Bush League stuff, and maybe you can do a little bit of that. And then if you have a flight coming up, and let me know. I mean, I would happily tag along with you again, even if it's just kind of a informal deal. But I enjoyed the heck out of flying with you, man. And have a great night.
Oh, for sure. You too, Melvin Leroy. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, yep. If you just got here, we did a cargo flight with special guest Cargo Fire, a two-legger, and the dude is a legend. He did a full stream himself. He flew two legs. He flew Las Vegas to San Francisco and then San Francisco down to LA. He did that before joining us. And so, I mean, it was a full day for that guy. And so make sure you go over there, give him a follow. If you don't already follow his channel, he's an awesome streamer, awesome dude. Very, very good, skilled pilot, as you saw there. Let's see what I ended up doing here. This Volanta kind of had a little bit of issue with me here tonight for some reason. Boy, I don't know. So it got me in. What's it say over here? 376. Yep, and look how fast I was going. 164. That's the whole shoot match right there. I was way too fast. I needed to be about 20 knots slower to be where I should have been there. But again, that's okay. We were in the touchdown zone. We were pretty well on center line, although we did drift badly after we landed. So again, probably another C minus, D plus overall approach and landing. But you know what that means, guys? It just means I'm going to have to keep practicing and do some more of these. So I'm all right with that. Well, all right. Let me start to wind this baby down and do some thank yous. So we had a lot of new friends come along, and Ingo 423. I don't know if I said thank you for the follow, but thank you and welcome. Robo as well, thank you, sir. You just guys kind of caught in here at the end of it. Again, normally Tuesdays and Saturdays for my stream about 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Although since we did this bonus stream today, I'm not going to do one tomorrow. I'll be busy with the family tomorrow, so I'll be back on Tuesday again about 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which I think is about 1473 Zulu or something in that neighborhood. You can do the math yourself, but anyway, that's when we normally do this thing. But appreciate you guys coming along. And then Channing 613, if you're still here, thanks for the cheer bits, appreciate that. Bliss9, thank you very much also for the tier 1 sub. And then Good Fixins, he resubbed at tier 1, as did Downwind Sim, as did Rob Valkyrie. Thank you guys so very much. Channing 613 also pushed that follow button. And then of course we had the big raid early on with Cargo Fire. We had Blackbeard 95 with the follow. So lots of new friends tonight, which is what I enjoy the most, and I hope that you'll be able to come back by again. The next flight for us is Tuesday, and then we'll be into December. So our first December flight is actually on the 3rd. It's the Alpine Fly-In with the Virtual USA Flying Club. That's a 5 p.m. Mountain Time flight, and we'll be doing that there again with the Virtual USA Flying Club. So and then everybody else that hung out in the chat as well. Of course, Downwind Sim, thank you for being in the voice chat. Jay Smitty, was awesome to have you as well, chasing us around and having some fun. Iowa Scotsman, I know you're out of here, but Iowa Scotsman came by and hung out. Bliss9, of course, did a great job. And we made a new friend also, Jax, Rays, the Dollar Bean Pirate, and we're kind of curious about the 767 incident. We're gonna have to go check that out and see what's going on, and that's pretty close to as far as I can scroll back in the chat. But I know we had I know Rob Valkyrie was here as well. Rob, it's always great to have you along as well. And Al South, I think MIA was here. Yeah, he was here because he was giving me a hard time. And then if I remember right, Slayer T even came in for a little bit. So thank you guys. And if I missed anybody else that came in and just even said hello, you know, Panagon I think was here. You know, I'm sure I'm missing some people, but I do greatly appreciate it. Let's call it a night, guys. No raid. We're just gonna sign off right here. I'm gonna tell you guys again how much I enjoy hanging out with you. I hope you have a very, very pleasant weekend. Go do something fun with your family, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Take care. God bless.